Self-defense strikes described by the United States, and here's what happened overnight. Talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point where so much travel goes by the sea, okay? So this is Keshem Island, Minab, Sirak as well. They were all hit overnight. The area of Isfahan apparently taking hits as well. What the president told Trey is that 49 Tomahawk missiles aimed at targets about 40 miles outside of Tehran. That might fit for Isfahan in the nuclear program that had been developed in that area. Now, with regard to Karg Island, this all came out in the last 60 minutes or so. The reason why Karg Island is so significant, it's well off the shore here. Well off, I'm saying 10, 15 miles, okay? But it's in deeper water, that's the point. So you can get these giant vessels from all over the world that can easily pull up the Karg Island. They can load the oil onto their vessels and then move their way down through the Strait of Hormuz in this direction here. The reason why this is so significant is because if you take control of Karg Island, you will take control yet again of the economy of Iran. Many military analysts coming on our air over the past several months said this is what you need to do. It hasn't been done. But if you take Karg Island, you have to control it. And that means you put U.S. men and women in danger of taking fire on behalf of Iran. So keep that in mind if indeed there is a move on Karg Island sometime tonight or in the coming days. Iran, meanwhile, has not sat back. They still have drone capability. They still have missile capability. And for the second straight night, we know they took aim at a U.S. airbase that houses the F-35 in Jordan. We know overnight they've gone after the Fifth Fleet, again here stationed in Bahrain, and they've taken aim at Kuwait as well. The Kuwaitis are saying just about 2 hours ago that they engaged 24 incoming drones over the past 48 hours time, 24 drones in for Kuwait. Now, with regard to our firepower, I know there's a lot on this map. There's a reason why there's a lot on this map, because the U.S. naval assets are significant throughout the Middle East. And just so you can zero in, that's the Strait of Hormuz. Here's Tehran approximately up there in that part of the map. Let's leave this alone for a moment and talk about what's happening with the ceasefire. So there was a ceasefire declared in early April now, and a lot of people have debated whether or not it's a real ceasefire or whether or not the tit-for-tat continues. This is what we can say. Depending on how you define a ceasefire, it has held reasonably well for 60-plus days. That's not to suggest that there hasn't been tit-for-tat. The U.S. going after Iran, Iran going after Israel, and return fire on behalf of the Israelis. But let me take you to the far left part of this screen, okay? This is just the past several days. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday now, the U.S. struck back after a U.S. Apache helicopter that had been patrolling the coastline of Oman took a drone. And based on the description we're getting from the Pentagon, that drone lodged itself in between the cockpit of two pilots. They took the Apache down and went in the waters at sunset. They waited there for 2 hours until an unmanned drone, a water vessel, came across the ocean, rescued these two pilots, and pulled them to safety on board a helicopter. So the U.S. then and the president convinced that they needed to take action. And that is what we have seen based on the last 2 nights. Now, Jimmy will slide over here and show you one more map. So we talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz. This is the U.S. blockade, which still exists today, okay? It was established here off the eastern tip of Oman, heading right over to the border between Iran and Pakistan. This has been successful. Okay, if you look at the numbers here, 9 vessels have been disabled, meaning they were taking warning signs on behalf of the U.S. military not to go to an Iranian port, not to make a visit, not to make a stop. And apparently, for whatever reason, those vessels did not listen, and they were engaged and disabled, including one in the last 24 hours that apparently was flying under an Indian flag. We'll try and confirm that in a moment here. In the meantime, you had 135 ships. These are ocean-going vessels that have been redirected, which means they did stop at Iranian ports or had the intent to go to an Iranian port, and that is the number we have thus far. There's some video here of the Gulf of Oman out of one of those vessels. These are huge ocean-going craft. They can stay at sea for months at a time, go all over the world. This is some video that CENTCOM had shared with us showing that vessel being disabled. So hope all of that gives you a bit of perspective for where we think this conflict is at the moment on this Thursday morning.
The department is cutting off tens of millions in federal funding from LA's homeless program over what it calls mismanagement and lack of safeguards against potential fraud. David Spunt live at the Justice Department. Hi, David.
Hi, Dana. Hi, Bill. This is a huge blow to this L.A. homeless authority. It's called LASA. They just were informed within the last hour that they are losing these tens of millions of dollars. They've gotten almost over $1 billion since 2021 in federal taxpayer funding. Now they're going to lose it as this investigation goes underway. This is from the White House Fraud Task Force in coordination with Housing and Urban Development. This is a 13-page letter that we obtained exclusively sent to this agency. According to the letter, LASA's received, as I said, $1 billion from HUD since 2021. The letter goes on quickly to point out that L.A. County has withdrawn funding for the agency. The city of L.A. is considering the same. The letter continues. HUD has evidence that LASA's repeated false statements and its irresponsible actions and failures, including its lack of financial management, internal controls, and safeguards against conflicts of interest, pose a threat to HUD, the public, and those living on the streets of L.A. Now, homelessness is a real problem in L.A. and other parts of California. It became a central focus of Republican mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt's campaign, though he ultimately was defeated at the polls. According to the numbers, $953 million was allocated in fiscal year 25-26 by the agency. Approximately 44,000 unhoused homeless people, approximately $22,000 per homeless person spent. FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson, who's the vice chair of the Fraud Task Force, says that LA didn't care about the homeless, but the Trump administration does. Ferguson is part of this overall task force, and they don't just have their eyes set on Los Angeles, really all 50 states, but a big blow to this agency today, guys.
Okay, I'm already tired. I am already tired. We just turned it on, and I got so much to bring to you. Let me just tell you how things are breaking and how fast they're happening. As I was producing the show and putting it together, I had that first part where they talked about what happened, and then I'm going to get into the L.A. thing in a second. And then Melania and Scott Besson had something where they came out and spoke. The DOJ, they came out with an amazing press conference. You're going to have like some cheers today, and you're probably going to have some tears as well. Cheers and tears in store for you with all the information you're going to be seeing. Now, I got to do something chronologically for you. So, first thing this morning, well, not depends on your first thing. President Trump posted this: the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and any all forms of defense, together with most of its offensive capability, are gone. Very hard. We'll be hitting them tonight. At some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Kharg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You can see the time. The timestamp there is 8:22 a.m. Well, between 8:22 a.m. and literally 6 or 7 minutes ago, President Trump just posted this. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the rest of the strikes and bombings scheduled for this evening. Wow. Discussions and final points have been in both concept and great detail approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. Obviously, the one there that hasn't agreed is Iran. The blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. So he's intimating. He's basically saying we have a deal. And right now, all the birds, park them. We're going to hold off. We're not going to bomb them into smithereens. We're not going to take over Kharg Island by force, because I don't think it was ever what he actually wanted. I think what he actually wants is that friggin' uranium. He needs to tie that uranium back to Obama. That's what I think the big prize is here. We don't really, and he's told you many, many times, we don't need the Iranian oil. So that if he keeps telling you that, then that should tell you that's not That's not the prize. The prize is I need to identify that friggin' dust. Because if I can identify that dust, well, you know what happens after that.
When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated.
So if we can find and get that dust and he can verify it, and the atomic commissions can say, yep, it came from America, all bets are off. It's going to just explode things. Can you imagine? In addition to, I'm going to go further. I've got an interview he did with Fox this morning. In addition to that, at 1:45 or so, live, Marco Rubio and Dana White from UFC are doing a press conference about the American 250 UFC event next weekend. On Sunday. On Sunday, that event. So they're having a big press conference about that. So as soon as that happens, we'll jump to that, and then we'll take the rest of the stories here. Now, let's segue to the other part of what you saw in the preview, HUD and what HUD is doing. I know a lot of people were pissed about California. And I know a lot of people just don't even want to accept what California has done. It just girds you, just drives you crazy that they're getting away with what we will call fraud and cheating. They won't allow us to say it, but that's exactly what it is, but they've legalized it. And that's just a bitter pill for too many people to swallow, including the President of the United States. We all know what they did. And we're not allowed to use those words. Let me just give you a little secret. There's a video up on the on-demand side of our channel, which is talking about what California did. And Ashley posted it. When she posted it, the original title said, "The Democrats and How They Stole the California Mayoral Race." And the powers that be said, can't do it. They took it down. They don't want us even talking about it. And so I had to take it down, repackage the title, which I often have to do to make it nice and approved, to remove the words cheat and stolen. And now that the new title is okay, we can say it like that. Let's go ahead and euphemize what happened. But every single one of you knows exactly what happened, but you can't accept that there's nothing we can do about it right now. So in the era of let's do something about it, what do? Let's turn California into Iran. Meaning, let's squeeze the hell out of California. Let's just crank it down on them until they have to say uncle and change things, changing it from the outside in. And so today, the first salvo has been fired, and that salvo is basically, we're going to start taking away your money, as you heard. Scott Turner posted this. Under POTUS's leadership, HUD will fund results, not corrupt failure. While hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars were funneled to LASHA, which is this fake homeless agency, with little accountability, homelessness skyrocketed. Obviously, it didn't work. Taxpayers will not bankroll LA's fraud-filled homeless industrial complex. We can't do anything about the voting right now. That's going to take a little bit more work. We're going to have to figure out a way that we can fix this whole voting thing. You did pretty good. You walled off everything so people can't get to you. But now it's going to be really hard as they crank up everything else around it. The White House Task Force on Fraud actually posted this. The task force to eliminate fraud has taken bold action alongside HUD to target and eliminate massive potential fraud against American taxpayers. Follow along for development. So what they're going to be doing is the easiest way to stop some of this stuff is stop the funding. Start cranking off the funding, choking them off. Don't let them have any money. Stop USAID. Stop Act Blue. Stop this slush fund of homelessness money being spent. $20,000. $20,000 per homeless person. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Where's that money going? I don't know. Homeless people got bank accounts. Where's it going? And so now by just saying, we're not even an investigation. We're done. Cut it off. We're not giving you any more money. And I guarantee you over the next couple of weeks, you are going to see even more money just cranked down on California. You don't want to change your laws? You think you got us? You backed us into a corner? There's no way out here? Watch me, is pretty much what President Trump has said. Watch me. Watch what we do to you with the stuff that we can do. You're going to have all these voting laws that you think are bulletproof, that are going to allow you to cheat the American public, to cheat other candidates, that you can take votes for 30 days. You can steal votes. You can cure votes, whatever the hell that means. You can do all these things and hide under the guise of legalization, where every single person who looks at this goes, this is cheating. It's fraud. Don't say it. Don't come here and try to check anything. You do, we'll put you in jail. It's against the law to check IDs. It's against the law to even investigate it. Okay, you passed the law. It'll take months, if not years, to go through the courts. But instead, what we're going to do is treat you like Iran. You have declared yourself to be an enemy of America. And as such, we're not giving you any more money. And so the other day when everybody was all pissed off and like, Barry, you're just being flippant, this is what the kind of stuff I'm looking for. When people said, well, what do? This is what we do. This is what we asked President Trump. Turn off all the federal money. Choke them the hell off. And so what you can be doing is right now supporting Trump, support Scott Turner, everything that they're doing, and it'll go to probably another agencies as well. They're not going to stop at HUD. They're going to keep going and find as much of this money as they can turn off as possible. They just turned on the cameras inside of this event. So we're probably going to go there in a second. Then I'm going to play President Trump's interview that he did on Fox and Friends this morning. And then we got a whole bunch of other stuff to get to as well. But this should be starting at any time. And I'm going to have a split screen of sorts running while they're talking, if I can get it to work, because earlier today, another event took place where they brought the press out and they toured the American 250 UFC stadium. After what I saw today and what you're going to see, this thing should stay in place. I wasn't an advocate for that earlier. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It kind of it should, and after seeing it, I'm like, it needs to stay there. It needs to stay right there. All kinds of events could be held there. When you see it, you may think the same thing. It's unbelievable what they've put together, and I think you'll enjoy it. So, also one thing I want to tell you. I don't know if this has been lifted yet. SV, I wonder if you can check and see if it's been lifted, but the Pentagon has a shelter-in-place order. It still remains in effect for multiple floors and corridors in the A-ring of the Pentagon after air quality sensors triggered a hazardous material response earlier today. Pentagon Force Protection Agency wrote on X, shelter in place continues in affected area in the Pentagon until all clear is given. So as of right now, that was at 1:05 p.m. I don't know if it's been lifted, but they found some sort of foreign substance in the Pentagon. I just hope it's not anything that's that deadly or something. All right, so now let me take you back. Trying to do all this chronologically is so challenging. This is the one where President Trump said, all right, we're going to pump the brakes on going in and taking Carg Island. Well, as of right now, oil is plummeting. It is plummeting. And of course, if oil is plummeting, then the other side of the coin that you obviously know is happening is that the stock market is absolutely loving it. And I personally believe, here we are, the stock market has shot up 700 points just because President Trump said, we're going to hold off. I feel like, I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Goodfellas, and Robert De Niro and Ray Liotta and some guys are at dinner. And as they're at dinner, they had planned on whacking some dude that's, they invited to the dinner so they could take him out back and whack him. And as they're sitting at dinner, they're all joking. And he goes, about that thing, call it off. Call it off? Yeah, call it off. They ended up whacking him anyway, but it was so interesting that part in the movie, they called off the whack job and everybody was just happy. Well, it's the same thing that's happening right now. Everybody just getting fat and happy. And so today being June 11th, what you're about to see, and I'm telling you it's coming, the stock market is going to explode over the next, 48, 72 hours. Gonna just go nuts. Be ready for it. Understand about the whole puck thing? Get over there and be ready for it, because all the indices right now are green. And they all turned green as soon as President Trump called off the strike. Oil plummeted, stock market goes up. It is literally that simple. And I think you've watched this show enough now to know that's exactly what happens. In addition, of course, silver has been taking a beating and straight vertical. So by now, I mean straight vertical. I mean it's straight up. You can see it yourself, straight up. It's not even boom, straight up. So right now at home, you can be sitting down with your pencils and you can have a serious rule that you can watch for yourself and play along at home. Hey, listen, when oil crashes, the stock market goes up. When oil crashes, silver and gold are going to skyrocket. Ergo, as you're playing at home, and you should be now thinking to yourself, wait a second, if it went up vertically just because he paused the strikes, what's going to happen when it's actually over? Come on. You've been learning. It went crazy just because the strikes are paused. Hey, okay, so what's happening next? Well, what happens next is this stuff, plus what's going on with SpaceX. And all you've got to do is just follow along at home and see exactly what's happening for yourselves. It's insane. I know it's insane. And I know it sounds, Barry, can it really be that simplistic? If you watch the fundamentals and don't go crazy with day trading and just go, yeah, that's what I can pretty much set the bank on. I've had Kevin Demerit on here quite a few times. He's told you the same thing. You just watch the indicators. Many of you here in the chat have done so and have profited handsomely from it. And you didn't panic when it went down. People would email me like, just chill, it's coming. And how do I know that? How did you know that? How should you have known that? Let me rephrase that. Because he kept telling you. Wasn't me. I didn't have any crystal ball or Svengali thing going on. I'm not the brightest guy in the world. I just listened to the guy I voted for and say, hey, man, when this happens, it's going to take off. And he keeps reinforcing that. And every time he tells you that, this happens. And so how many times do you have to see that when he says this is what's going to happen, and then it happens, it's right there. You can go back and chart it. The entire time since February 28th, every time he's like, we're going to do something, and it doesn't work, and it comes down. Hey, we're going to do something, and it takes off. Everybody is like at the starting gate at the Derby waiting for this thing to open. And don't think for an instance, if they sign this thing, that this doesn't coincide with the SpaceX IPO. I know they didn't plan it that way, but damn if it all isn't coming together and at one time. Can that be a coincidence? Or are there that many coincidences that it's president's birthday, the UFC fight's coming, SpaceX IPO is happening, the Federal Reserve chairman has been exchanged, and now could the war end before his birthday? I'm like, could you have written another script? Completely mind blown in regards to that. Is that SV? Let me see. He might have something for me here. Hold on. What do you got, man? Is it
I just kicked out a troll. I wanted to send his dumb message to you so you can educate him.
Okay, so he says the guy that SV booted said, "Well, let me ask you a question. When the dollar is totally worthless, what's going to give gold and silver value? Would that go into an inflationary BS again? That is stupid." What do you think happens when gold and silver if the dollar value goes down, Mo Ron?
I sent him back to his SNAP benefits.
I can't with these people.
I know. These people are walking around us outside. I mean, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Is it possible inbreeding?
What's his name? Hold on. And the greedy rich people are inflating the prices of gold and silver. My question: when a dollar becomes worthless, monopoly money more than what's going to give it value? Not you. That's for sure. Go back. Hope you go pour me a double. Go pour me a double latte grande. Okay, you don't have to worry about
fries
it.
are done. Fries are done.
Let the adults talk. Let the adults talk right now. All right. Oh my God.
All right, I got a couple things for you because I know you're going to be cutting away real soon. So, update on the Pentagon: normal operations have been fully restored. It was a false alarm, likely triggered by a sensor, with some reports mentioning a possible anthrax detector alert that did not pan out. So it was a false alarm.
Somebody fired it. Fired it in here.
Was Joe Biden visiting?
Oh my gosh. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'm glad everybody's okay. Oh my gosh, that is that.
All right. So here's a good one. I did not have this on my bingo card ever in my lifetime, but Vice President J.D. Vance is going to appear on The View next Tuesday, marking his first visit to the ABC daytime talk show. He's going on The Spew.
Ashley texted me that. And I'm like, no way. No, that's not true. I'm gonna need triple, quadruple, double secret probation verification.
I verified it. He's on there discussing. He's got a new book coming out. It's called Communion: Finding My Way Back to Faith. So I'm sure they're all going to be very pleasant to him. But I'm sure Whoopi's going to kiss. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be rude to him, but I mean, we'll see.
I don't know how they can contain themselves. That'd be the one thing. I
mean, it's going to bring up ratings. The ratings going to skyrocket, right? From 10 viewers down to up to 100 viewers.
But after he leaves, they're going to have to bring in satanic, water and anointments or something. I can see it. And just the other side, he's going to have to bring in holy water and sprinkle all over the place. Oh my gosh! But you know what? What that could do. That could really, and I think that's what they try to do when they go on these shows. They're not going to convince a whole lot of people, but if they can convince a few people not to vote Republican, just to open your mind, just to stop and look at him. He doesn't have horns. He's a man. Yeah. He's a father. He's a husband. We're all the same in this regard, even though some of us go into porta potties and, do bad things.
Oh God! I cannot see that.
I was talking to Robin this morning outside, and I said, if I've ever gone to a festival or some sort of event and I had to use the porta potty, number one, I've never done number two in a porta potty, and even then, when you go in, all you can think of is, can you pee as fast as they change tires in NASCAR? Like, hey, get me. I want to get out of here. I don't want to. You hold your nose, you do the sign of the cross, and do whatever you have to do.
I do this, and I use my foot to lift everything. My right foot is like a hand. My right, it's like a hand.
I can't imagine that it's a, I don't know, a sexual proclivity. I'm going to go into it. If I'm a reporter, I would ask them, like, hey, bro, hey, Mr. Nazi guy, what in a porta potty turned you on whatsoever? Oh my gosh. SB, they're making introductions. So let's go ahead and take a listen
Let's
here.
go.
I need to turn on the volume, don't I? Yeah, turn the volume on. Turn the volume on. There we go.
When discussion gets around to FIFA World Cup, or it gets around to the upcoming Olympics, or it gets around to beloved American sports like UFC, people light up. Sports are something we all agree on. Now, when you think about it, UFC is tailor-made for diplomacy, arguably more than any other sport. And why is that? Why do people like and respond to sports? Why do they paint their faces and cheer and form crowds and care so ardently who gets this ball across this goal line? It's because sports is a stand-in for combat. It is the most ancient and universal form of contention. And not only does UFC draw on that universal human tradition, it is tailor-made for diplomacy because it accommodates and embraces all different international fighting styles. Whether you're a Brazilian jiu-jitsu artist or a Chinese kung fu master or an American boxer, UFC is a sport where you can fight and you can win. And UFC draws on some essential strands of the American character. In America, we cheer for somebody who can get knocked down and get back up again and win the match. Not only that, the octagon is the ultimate meritocracy. That's something Americans respond to, it's something our diplomatic partners around the world respond to, and it is a reason why. When I go abroad and I try to chat with normal people, they can tell I'm an American, but they can't necessarily tell that I'm an official American. People I meet at like hotel lobbies and places like that, and I ask them, what do you like about America? What American brands, what American figures, what American celebrities are known here? I cannot tell you how often UFC comes up. And so, frankly, the only mystery is why we didn't do this partnership sooner. But I think a real focus of this administration, a real productive and successful focus of this administration, has been expanding and doubling down on our sports diplomacy portfolio. We have a great MOU with the NFL, just like this one, and we couldn't be more thrilled to add UFC to our roster. So with that, it is now my honor to introduce UFC's Chief Operating Officer, Lawrence Epstein.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and we couldn't be more pleased to be partnering with the United States State Department to figure out ways to build bridges, to be diplomats through our sport. UFC is an incredibly global sport and an incredibly global organization. We're doing 43 events per year, and about 17 or 18 of those are in jurisdictions around the world. If you take a look at our roster of fighters, we have fighters from in excess, and this moves a little bit, but in excess of 75 countries. When you look at our roster of champions, they come from all over the world. And so we're perfectly suited and very excited to be part of this program because we truly are a global sport and a global brand. I could tell you a ton of stories about our travels around the world and how we've connected, exactly as the Undersecretary said, with so many different people from so many different cultures, from so many different geographies, bonded and connected because of the UFC, because of the sport of mixed martial arts. I agree 100% with your comments that it is, we are a global brand and a global sport, but we are American at heart, and our cultural values are American. And that grit, that get up after you've been knocked down, that refusal to ever lose. And The story of our business, too, how we started literally from one person who's standing over there, I'm about to introduce, to where we are today. It's an incredible entrepreneurial story also. So we're incredibly proud of what we've been able to build from sport, from a business standpoint. We are very honored to be part of this program and really look forward to helping, the world get closer together. It's my pleasure to introduce our CEO, Dana White. And, I could talk I'll tell you a lot of stories about Dana. But one thing I will say is this guy is an incredible diplomat. He might not be a professional diplomat like those in this room, but he is an incredible and accomplished diplomat. I've seen him with heads of state from around the world. I've seen him navigate difficult situations in China, Russia, all over the world this guy has been. And it's his personality, it's his ethos that sort of embodies the entire UFC organization. And so, Dana, the UFC, we're incredibly excited to be part of this program. With that, I want to hand it off to our chief diplomat. He's our CEO, but I consider him our chief diplomat, our Secretary of State, Dana White.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming today. I don't know how I could say it better than those two did, but obviously we come from very humble beginnings when we first bought this company 25 years ago. And we believed at that time that this thing would work everywhere and would work all over the world. I've always had this philosophy that, thank God, ended up being true. It doesn't matter what color you are, what country you come from, what language you speak, we're all human beings and fighting's in our DNA. We get it and we like it. I've laid in my hotel room in England many times trying to figure out cricket. Never going to happen, but fighting in any language, as humans, we all get it. And what's been fascinating in our run over the last 25 years is how, when we go into these different countries, presidents of the countries or royal families from these different countries, everybody loves the fights. And more importantly, if somebody looks like you, talks like you, and comes from where you come from, and they're looked at as the best in the world when it comes to fighting, the entire country rallies around them, and it's a pretty powerful thing. So I want to thank Secretary Rubio for all of his support, and like Lawrence said, we are absolutely honored to be here and to be a part of this. Thank you, everybody.
It's my turn to speak, right? It's my turn. Well, listen, this is first of all, it'll be an exciting weekend, but an exciting opportunity to sign this. It's totally logical for us to do it. I want to make a couple points. People may ask, well, why UFC? We had this deal with the NFL too, but why UFC? So I have a couple reasons why that I think is very powerful. Here's the first. The first is America, and the ideal behind America is the impossible. That someone tells you can't do that, or that's never going to happen. The whole idea of America is audacious. The very idea that America, that you could have a country where founded on the principle that your rights come not from your government or from your leaders, your rights come from your creator, was an audacious idea. No one else believed that at the world at that time. And that's the foundation. But then beyond that, everything we've done since then as a nation, time and again. How can you achieve some of the things, we're going to put a man on the moon? When President Kennedy announced that we were going to put a man on the moon and return him safely to the earth, no one thought that was possible, and we did it. We are a nation founded on doing what no one else dared to do and no one else aspired to do. And at some level, that's what this whole company, what UFC has been. You see, mixed martial arts is not new. It's been around now for about 30 years, I would say, maybe 35, but there were no rules, there was no structure. I remember the early fights, I used to watch them back in the day, and it was, you could get like a 170-pound Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy fighting a 250-pound heavyweight who was a striker. I was like, how do you put this? The rules weren't clarified. And Dana and the people around him had a vision, and that is to create a structure around this company, to give it rules, to define it by weight class, to structure the events, and it attracted some of the best athletes in the world. And what you've built now is this global company that not so long ago would have seemed impossible. Back in the day when boxing commissions, that's what they're called, or athletic commissions, were a little bit reluctant to give you permits to stage these fights or put on these events, or when no one knew what it was, you were able to plow through that. And today you have one of the most recognizable American sports brands on the planet. And in and of itself, I think reflects so much the American spirit is reflected in this American company. Here's the second point. It truly is the United Nations of fighting. If you think about the number of countries that are represented, and I think that roster will continue to grow, Lawrence, I really do. I think the number of people and champions you're going to get from around the world will continue to be added. And I can tell you this is true, and I can tell you about your global reach because the president, and I have another job and spend a lot of time at the White House, the number of foreign leaders that want to come to this is unbelievable. It's to the point where we may have a diplomatic crisis because it's like, we can't bring everybody. And so they follow, and some of them don't even have a fighter in the fight from their country. They just want to come because they are fans of the sport and they follow it. But to be honest with you, some of the countries that are represented in these fights, most Americans, because it's not their job to track this, have never heard of that country in their life. Have never heard about their country, have never heard about that person or where they came from until they saw a fighter from that nation step into the ring. And between that and the bios that sometimes come with the profiles leading up to the fight, it is also educating Americans about cultures, societies all over the world. The third is the power of convening. We have very few things left in our society, and I would say in the world, that convenes us all. We are so divided by so many different things. We get our news from different places. We follow different accounts online. We do everything separate from one another in this country, and I would say increasingly around the world. We are so polarized. There are only a handful of things that bring people together in one place at one time, united by their interest in one thing. We need more of those. We need more of those forums and those settings in which we can bring people together to enjoy something together and find something in common. And if you've been to UFC fights, and I've been to many, and you look into the crowd, the crowd is as diverse as you can imagine. And I'm not talking about ethnic background. I'm talking about economic background. I'm talking about social background. I'm talking about geographic. This is one of those few things we have left in our country, and I would say in the world, that brings so many people from so many different places, so many different backgrounds, and so many different points of view together for a few hours to enjoy one thing in common. And the bonding power of that is incredible. And it's something we want to share with the world, which is why making this sports diplomacy such an important agreement we're going to sign today. The last point I would make is it is my view, and I am very impressed by a man who's 6'9" or 6'10" that can run like a gazelle and dunk a basketball. Although if you're 6'10", the rim is only 10 feet tall, so you're halfway, or more than halfway there. But I think NBA players are incredible athletes. I always say that there are plenty of people in the NBA that could play in the NFL, and I love the NFL, but I don't think there are very many people in the NFL that could play in the NBA. But it is my personal view that some of, if not the greatest fighters, some of the greatest athletes in the world are the men and women on your roster. Because it doesn't just involve endurance and strength, it involves physical courage, it involves the ability to fight through pain. In fact, was it in Miami a few weeks ago? We were watching one of the fights, and I don't want to call anybody out, but I think the guy, did he tear his ACL in the last fight? His knee was hurt. Like, he would not have made it to that second round. And he scored in the last 30 seconds a knockout. You think about the courage, like if I tear my ACL, like I'm done, right? Most people, like you tear your ACL or you blow out your knee. He blew out his knee. You're done. And this guy went another 2.5 minutes with a blown out knee and scored a last second knockout. Because if he probably doesn't even make it out of the corner in the second round because, he's in danger with a lame leg like that. Think about the courage that takes. Think about how inspiring that is for the crowd to see something like that. It speaks to the human spirit. And you very rarely get to see that anymore in many of the sports. And there's not a criticism of any of those sports, but it's a testament to this one. And why we're so excited, not just about Sunday night, but we're excited about what this brand means about America's ability to expand and reach out to different parts of the world. You will see these cards, you're hosting them in 17 or 18 different jurisdictions. That's going to grow, in my opinion. And as you grow more countries that you go to and do this, but in the end, it will be an American company and an American brand that's bringing this sport, even though it may be their fighters, bringing this sport to those places. And that is the definition of American soft diplomatic power. And so we're excited to sign this today, and we're really excited about Sunday. We're never going to see anything like that again, guys, ever. I was there late last night. They were testing the pyrotechnics. I'm not going to give away anything other than to say they work. It was good. Secret Service wasn't as excited by the explosions, but everybody else. And what they built out there is phenomenal. We'll never see it again. Although the president's threatening to leave it permanently. You heard that, right? He's threatening to leave the gym. Just don't know. Maybe, we'll just host weekly fights between people in politics, and and settle our scores that way. But all kidding aside, Sunday is an unbelievable, historic, I think never to be repeated until next year experience for the American people to be able to see a sport. This is where I want to close. and I made this point earlier, we were doing a little interview about it. The White House is the people's house. It belongs to the people of the United States. The American 250 celebration belongs to the people of the United States. And there are millions and millions of Americans from all walks of life that are not necessarily attuned to politics or the financial markets or anything else, but they love the sport. And every Saturday, we got a big event once a month, they're tuning in and they're watching and they host it. For them to be able to see this event with their White House in the background as part of our celebration as a country in our 250 years, I think is a gift to the American people. That's what Sunday is about. It's a gift to the American people. They're going to see their White House in their capital on their nation's birthday, celebrating with a historic event. We could have had a band, and we have great bands. We could have done a Shakespeare in the Park production. There are a lot of things we could have done with it, but this one will have people watching, probably over, 1 billion people all over the world. 1 billion people all over the world will be watching America celebrate its 250th birthday with the White House in the background and some of the best athletes in the world in that octagon. And we're happy to be a part of that, and we're happy to be a part of all the things we're going to be working on together in the years to come. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for covering it. Thank you guys for coming. The State Department, a lot of people who work at the State Department, we have members of the Diplomatic Corps. They get invited to a lot of meetings, but not many like this one. So this is great. Thank you. All right.
So I thought they might take some questions, but no questions. This is just a quick walk off there. So I saw some questions in, or actually I saw one, so I'm going to address it. Somebody said, as it's being held at the White House, the People's House, that it should be a free event. That's not how it works. They just signed a contract. So they've got a contract with this company, and this company is going to provide the fight, the entertainment. It's no different than hiring a singer to come out and perform. They get paid. And accordingly, one of the problems I think that they probably had to navigate is, I would bet that UFC has some sort of, I won't know if it's exclusive, but they probably have some agreement with Paramount. And Paramount says, I don't care if you're fighting on the moon, we paid you for the rights to your fight. Now, it would have been different if Paramount said, we don't want to cover an event at the White House. They would have had the opportunity to do that and say, nope, we're not going to do it. But I guess because they did say that they want to be there, they hold the rights for the broadcast for a UFC event. You know, you walk into a stadium and you see Pepsi and Budweiser and all these different brands inside the arena. They sign a deal that says, I don't care if you have a concert or a bar mitzvah. We get to sell the Pepsi. Nobody else. Except if you're the president, you can somehow find a way to bring a Diet Coke into a Pepsi venue like he did in Madison Square Garden, which people were freaking out about because he was drinking Diet Coke. You're not allowed to bring in outside beverages that counter the sponsor. But then again, he is the president. So understand, when you're saying it should be free, you're not understanding the contractual obligations that go along with what they're doing. Dana White and UFC, I don't know how the money's being split up, but it's basically a $60 million event. I don't think he's looking to profit or get that money back, but in any event, it's a $60 million event. You're looking at a massive entrepreneurial enterprise. You're looking at a commercial enterprise. This isn't for the Bernie Sanders fans. So no, it's not for everybody. And it's not something that everybody should get free, like free healthcare. It is a private event being held on the White House grounds. And I think if you understand that difference there, it'll make it easier for people who think it should be free. I think we have to stop that entire mindset of this should be free, that should be free, because I think that's where the Democrats have poisoned people into thinking something should be free when nothing is free. Absolutely nothing. None of your tax dollars have gone into this. He made sure of that. That being said, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just here to give you some information. So in terms of speaking of information, it appears, I see it on the news, and as well as SB has hit me up a couple times with it as well. A new DNI replacement for Tulsi Gabbard has been selected. The new DNI will be Jay Clayton for Director of National Intelligence after Bill Pulte was chosen as acting. Let me stop there for a second. I also saw in the chat that some people asked whether he was replacing Bill Pulte. He's been nominated. He has not been confirmed. The confirmation process may go for quite some time. It says, I am pleased to announce the nomination of a very highly respected Jay Clayton, former chairman of Securities and Exchange Commission, the former head of Sullivan and Cromwell, one of the most prominent and successful law firms anywhere in the world, and a current United States attorney for the Southern District of New York, to be the next director of national intelligence, importantly, to serve in my cabinet. Few people anywhere in the legal community are respected at the level of Jay. I encourage United States Senate to confirm Jay as soon as possible. If you notice what he said there, or rather what he didn't say there, is also important. He's bringing in basically a Bill Pulte clone, maybe a Bill Pulte clone with even more financial experience. President Trump is turning the DNI office not just into a military office, but an financial investigative agency, using the power of the DNI, using the power of our intelligence agencies. He wants the focus to be not just on military, but you can tell who this guy is, what his pedigree is. His pedigree is money. He was with the Security Exchange Commission. It's right there. He was a former chairman of the Security Exchange Commission. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows the money. He can track and trace. Right now, light bulbs should be going off in your head, because here is another breadcrumb. He dropped it with Bill Pulte and people freaked out. And you wait till they start talking about Jay Clayton. They are going to lose their ever-loving minds, because he's moving the agency away from military and he's focusing it on money. Why would he be doing that? Well, I could think of one reason.
When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated.
The best way to obliterate the deep state isn't with a gun. The best way to obliterate the deep state isn't with a badge. Take away their money. You can see it happening. I showed you yesterday Act Blue. The entire legal team of Act Blue quit as soon as President Trump got into office. The Democrats know what's coming. They absolutely know how he's going to dismantle them. What happened earlier? I told you in the preview of the show. In the preview, you found out he's cutting off the money for California's homeless programs. That's what this is all about. It's about turning off the spigot. When Howard Lutnick went in September of 2024 and got on stage and said, we're going to be so rich, we don't need taxes because we got tariffs. This is what they were talking about. And I remember a lot having to be shown to people or said when it was like, we have to show you, we can't tell you. Remember that was a big catchphrase back in the day? You can't be told, you have to be shown. And everything that we've been seeing over the last year or so, We are seeing it. It has been shown to us. We're not just being talked to. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening right now, and it's absolutely crazy. But people aren't looking. And so you have to step back and look at things in a 30,000-foot view, and don't go chasing down the rabbit hole that they want you to. Epstein and all. No, that's not what's important. That's why when President Trump said, I'm not worried about the economy, he didn't mean he wasn't worried about the economy forever. Not right now. We're gonna be okay. And all the trolls and everybody else can call us maggots because they don't have the roadmap. I don't have the roadmap. You don't have the roadmap. But at this point, we can start seeing the stops along the way. You cannot read this any other way, is that the DNI is no longer going to be about military. I'm sure he's figured that General Kane and whoever they've got at the Pentagon and however Pete Hegseth is running, they got this. We need to go here and you find all these different bolt holes and trails of where the deep state has done their dirty deeds, who's getting the money, who's participating in this, how did they do it, where is it now, how much is left, what can we pull back? Because part of what Scott Besson is probably doing with Howard Lutnick is, what do we need to raise to eliminate income tax? We can't do it now. We may not be able to do it next year, but what's that number? If we get rid of all the fraud that's been going on for decades, that has accumulated to our national debt, if we can pull all of that and figure out what's going on, which they probably have an idea, which is why Howard Lutnick said it, how can we bring that debt down, and how can we stop the reliance on more and more taxes? The fair share argument is gone. There is no more fair share because you can't define it. But we can define fraud because we can see you're stealing billions. And Somalis are stealing tens of millions. I mean, it's all there. They're like, okay, here's more, here's more, here's more. You don't need it. SNAP benefits, turn all this crap off. Oh, you got 200,000 dead people. Oh, we're just gonna keep turning stuff off until we get to the bottom line and say, wow, you guys have been stealing $1 trillion a year? I'm waiting for somebody to come up with a chart to show us all the money they've in a little over a year, all the money they have tracked and stopped being sent all over the world in all these stupid programs. It's going to be amazing. And so now you're looking at it right there. He's bringing in a guy who's A, a lawyer, and B, a former chairman of the Security Exchange Commission. They're going to freak. They're going to scream bloody murder because one of the statutes says that you have to have some sort of national security background. And I bet you what the national security background here is going to be is, as part of the Security Exchange Commission, I've had to investigate where people are selling stock and all kinds. This is a financial crime organization at this point. We are looking into all the financial crimes. SV, what you got? Is that you beeping at me? What?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Oh my God! Look what I just sent you. This lady.
What? Not another one. Hold on.
No, this one is crazy, man. This one is. I've never seen this before. I'm gonna let you handle this one.
Okay. Donald John Trump is the head of the Illuminati Satanists. This is all about sending everyone to the lake of fire because Donald is the biblical beast. You will be shown the lake of fire. Oh my gosh.
I told her, I said, sacrifice yourself immediately. Hurry. What? I mean, some of these people are
a lot of people. I don't get it. Was she? Does she have a history here? Or is that just she just popped in? Oh, well, she just popped in. She popped in to tell us that we're following the beast.
Actually, she's only here today. She came and she had 5 posts.
Bye.
So, but it was all insanity. It was all because it started with the Pentagon being locked down. I think that set her off thinking, "Oh my gosh, they're coming for him. He's the beast."
My goodness.
Cray
All right.
cray.
So you got something here about Florida,
I have
you
something
say?
very. So this actually relates to my state because the property taxes at the local level, there's no one's ever does audits. So you get all that money coming in where you're forced to pay, or they put liens on your homes, right? Well,
Hmm.
this just came in today. I'm not going to read all the all the cities. But I'll read a few. But what basically happened is a Florida CFO audit just found nearly $3 billion in fraud, waste, and abuse spending at the local level. That's property taxes. So that's what funds all this. So apparently in Florida, you get, I guess, to abolish those taxes in
Yep.
November when you vote on it. So the counties have been doged. So basically says 2.7 billion have been discovered as fraud and excessive and wasteful spending.
Wow.
So looking at a few, like one of the big ones I noticed, Miami-Dade down the middle, there was 302 million. City of Miami, 94 million. Nassau County, 53 million. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Hmm.
So DeSantis is he's working on. He's going to end the property taxes, but this should be throughout all the states because
Did you
you're
see?
talking.
Did you see the bottom paragraph? The bottom
Oh,
paragraph right here where I live. It's like Palm
yeah.
Beach County is the worst of them all.
Oh,
They wasted $344 million of your hard-earned
wow.
tax dollars. Oh my gosh. We're number one. We're
Barry,
no,
congrats. Wait,
we're number
wait.
one, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Woo! Yeah.
I like to thank the Academy and everything they've done for us here, and
Oh,
butt reaming us like 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 the Nazi. Oh my
uh,
gosh! Yeah, I mean
you know,
I have told the story. This is I want you. This is God's honest truth.
all
When
right.
I had a bunch of rental properties, and Robin used to take care of that, and she came to me and she goes, "These other properties are in Fort Lauderdale, aren't they?" I'm like, "Yeah." And we live in Fort Lauderdale. I'm like, "Of course." She goes, "Well, why is my property tax here X, and over in the hood where the rental properties are, it's like Y?" And I'm like, "It's the same police, it's the
Yeah.
same fire department, it's the same sanitation department. But just because you live over here, you got it. We got to take more of yours."
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. So that's what property tax, and luckily, the way you would
Mm,
basically offset property taxes by filing homestead so your taxes get locked in. But not a lot of everybody would pay it. They would complain about it. But at the same
mm,
time, we didn't really bitch too much because we didn't have any income tax. Now, with no income tax and abated property tax and eliminating the fraud, oh, it's about to be Christmas down here all over,
come
all
on
over
now.
again.
Come on, let's go. I'm headed down. I'm going down there again in July, so I'll make sure I'll hit you up for
Oh
some
my
poker.
gosh,
I'm definitely
people,
gonna.
people
Yeah.
are already jealous of us and give us a hard time. But Ron DeSantis,
Hmm.
I just hope Byron Donalds does what he's supposed to do. Don't mess with what's
Yeah.
not broken. Just keep going. Don't do
Yeah.
anything stupid. Don't try to make your name. You're going to step in to a Ferrari. And at this point, don't mess it up. Don't put it up on
Yeah.
the jacks and change the tires. Don't do anything. Just drive it.
Hmm.
Just keep the road steady. You don't need to do anything. And it
Yeah.
was fun. Let me tell you
Uh,
a quick secret.
okay.
We were gonna
Okay.
have Byron Donalds on the show, and Ashley was in negotiations with his team, and everything was fine. And they had picked a date and they said, "Can you send us over a list of topics?" They wanted to know what I was going to ask before
Hmm.
he come on.
Okay.
No, okay. So here's the list of things I want to hit. Oh, he's going to be unavailable. No, he can't come on your show.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
And I and I
Hmm.
and right there I went, "Oh my gosh." And Ashley's like, "Can you believe it?" I'm like, "No, I won't tell people the questions because it'll give it away." But it
Yeah.
was a set of
Oh.
12 questions. And each question wasn't like, "Hey, what color's your hair? Where do you like to eat?" And you and your wife, tell us how we met. No,
Softball. Yeah,
no,
all softball stuff.
I don't like doing those kind of interviews, and that's why we stopped doing so many. Is because you were here with the interview with Mark Mitchell. And
Oh man.
ever since then, people have been like, "Oh, we're going to have to be careful if we go on there." Yeah, because I'm going to
Yeah.
ask you the questions that people in the audience want to hear, not just some
Yeah.
fluff stuff. And
Yep.
so yeah, it's very hard for Ashley because I've made like a pretty much even in going to Washington, I pretty much made a a name of he's not going to just sit back and just smile at you. So I gave him
Right.
12. I gave him 12 questions.
But no go.
Nah, we can't make it. And so Ashley's like, "Do you want to say something?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to say anything because he's going to eventually be our governor, and I don't want to have the governor of the state on my ass." So yeah, so I'm not going to trash him. I'm not going to go there, and I'll wish him the best and hope.
Yeah.
Just please don't screw up. That's all I can say. Don't screw up.
Speaking of other folks coming in, I just remembered a couple days ago, a few people are saying bring on Alpha Warrior again, and that was one, and the second
Okay.
was Tim Burchett, because he was well. I don't know. What do you think?
Ashley's has been in contact with his people. I'll see, but one of the
Okay.
things is, let me ask you this, and maybe people in the chat can say, I don't like asking questions and not getting. Okay, if you wrote a question for Tim Burchett, what would you want to ask him?
Oh, I would probably ask him about the fraud, waste, and abuse kind of stuff. Something. See where he stands on that and what he's doing.
Yeah. What are you
I would
doing?
throw him something tough, a little tough.
What are
question,
you
not a
doing
softball.
about it? I'm tired
Yeah.
of the exposés. I'm tired of the fake hearings, and everybody's over this crap. We know what they've done.
Yeah.
What are you doing about it?
Mhm.
And it's for some reason they can't answer that question. Hey, we know John Thune is sitting on the Save America Act. What are you doing about it? Are you guys
Yeah.
getting together? Last night you went and had a nice baseball game. The congressional, what the hell is that? I don't want to break bread. I don't want to get on the same field with these idiots. What are you doing to make sure things are better?
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of the things you would see if you went up there to the White House or in Congress is there's a lot of nothing going on. A lot of nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll see if you. He probably won't come on now.
Yeah. Yeah. The honest pollster. I mean, yeah, he's definitely having a hard time. I think the money's starting to dry. His spigot was starting to dry up.
Well, I'll tell you, we do have a good guest tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Lee Greenwood, and so I'll have that
Awesome.
going into the Sunday show. And like I said, Sunday, if I can, I'm looking at television. I knew this was going to happen. They've already had people vandalizing the reflection pool.
Oh man.
If I can figure out a way to do it without getting in trouble, I'll show the fight as well, or fight cards. I didn't check. What's the poll say? How many people want to see it? 94%.
There was a
Okay.
lot.
All right, we'll do that.
Is Lee Greenwood going to do any singing, or is it just a regular interview?
I don't know if he's going to be at the fight event, but I would think that he's kind of probably going to be at the actual concert event. But we will find
No, I'm
out.
talking about your interview. Can he do sing a couple of chords?
I don't know. I can ask him. I mean,
That'd be pretty cool.
It's going to
Yeah.
be pre-recorded, so I could say pick up the guitar or whatever and do it. So yeah,
Okay.
he and I are talking. I believe at Where's my 11:20 tomorrow morning. He and I will be talking, and so I gotta interview him, cut it, get it ready, and I'll show it in tomorrow's show. And so
You could do the backup vocals. Come on, man. You got it. Come on, bro.
That's only if we had the Village people on. I could do the. I could do that. Okay. I don't know which uniform I'd have to. I want to put on the Indian uniform. That guy. Yeah, that would be me.
Perfect.
But,
All right.
And,
Moving on.
We're gonna jump to President Trump's interview on Fox this morning, which may seem it's a little dated because of the email.
Yeah.
I mean, the post he did, but there is some other nuggets in there that I'd
Right.
like to cover. So we'll go to that right afterwards. So, hey, if anything pops up, What are we waiting for? No, I think that's about it.
Well, I think we were waiting about the signing of the deal. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
what's going to happen immediately, but I'm checking to see if he's posting about it.
All
Apparently,
right.
it's imminent, so we'll see.
All right. Let me know. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, everybody, here's our sponsor today. It's Tax Network USA. And if you owe back taxes or if you have unfiled tax returns, hope you don't have either, or if you have filed every year but you still keep owing. Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Are you a business owner with a messy books and a balance that you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money from a 401k or an IRA early, and now the IRS wants its fair share. However your tax issue started, the outcome remains the same. Your balance is not going to go down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for the next coming tax year, with no plan in place on how to fix this. So stop what you're doing and call Tax Network USA. The IRS is not going to wait. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or been unable to resolve. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. Whether you owe $10,000 or hopefully not $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call them. They're offering a free investigative call with the IRS to talk about your situation. After that investigative call, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. Don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 866-686-1377. That's 866-686-1377, or visit tnusa.com/Barry, or click the link in the description below. I'll be right back.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Before I start the interview, I saw some people posting that there's been some sort of rumor, innuendo that Iran officially signed a deal. Obviously, SV is checking. I'm refreshing. I'm checking Fox News right now. They don't have anything. It's not on White House as of right now, not on Truth Social. So we're all trying to see if that is indeed the case. Let me see. Nope, I don't see it anywhere yet. Also, Ashley came up with a great idea. She put it in a community post on YouTube, and we're going to do something probably not tomorrow if we have enough time, where you can ask questions, and I'll try to go through your questions. I can't do a live call-in show like some people do, because I was listening to someone's live call-in show yesterday, and one of the callers said a really, really, really bad, I mean, one of the worst things you could say. They said the N-word, and it went out live on his show. And I felt so bad, because that's the kind of thing that not will just get you demonetized. That's the kind of thing that they will just take your channel down. So you have to be very careful, especially taking a live anything without some sort of delay, because the woman on his show, I'm being very careful, she described people coming from what country? Some country, and she called them river ends, with N like the capital, river ends. And I saw his eyes lit up like, oh my gosh, what did you just say? Yeah, she said it live on the air. So you have to be very careful. Nonetheless, what we're going to try and do is do something where you can leave questions, and it's on the YouTube community post. We're going to start moving some stuff into the YouTube community, as well as using the communities as well, because they're going to be shutting down X community. So trying to get you guys to notice that and see some of those things. But you can go ahead and put some questions in there. Tomorrow, what I'm going to do is I'll create a vanity link so it's easy to get there. But in any event, we have not confirmed as of yet that they've signed a deal. But as soon as we do, we will make sure to jump in.
So Fox News alert moments ago, President Trump doubling down on his warning to the Iranian regime, posting, quote, this: the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense together with most of its offensive capability are gone. We're going to hit them very hard tonight. At some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Carg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we did in Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States.
So let's bring in Mr. President. He is on the phone with us right now. You can see the crude oil prices. They're at about $90.72 a barrel. Mr. President, thanks for joining us. So you say you're announcing you're going to hit them very hard tonight. What went into posting that?
Well, it's just one of those things. They have no defense. They can't do anything about it. The only thing they have is fake news. You know, they have the New York Times write stories like they're doing great, and they're not. They've been wiped out. CNN and that MS Now, or whatever they call it nowadays, NBC had to get rid of it because it was bad for their reputation. But the publicity that they have is incredible. It's almost like they're doing well, and they're getting decimated, just decimated, and they're dying to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly. But, you know, you read the New York Times and you read the Wall Street Journal, which is so fake. I mean, I know you guys own it, but it's a real piece of garbage. And you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they did an editorial today about we're not hitting them hard enough. I mean, it's just not hitting them hard enough. We dropped $250 million worth of bombs on them last night. You know, the whole thing is crazy. But and they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet. Okay, to be honest with you, they just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But, you know, look, my preference has always been take Carg Island. That's been, Brian knows that. I spoke to him a long time ago. Lawrence knows it. I spoke to him a long time ago. I said my preference would be that. I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune. But I don't know that America has the stomach. I think they'd like to see us come home. But we did it with Venezuela. Venezuela's worked out great for everybody. We've taken millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. We brought them to Houston and various other places, Louisiana, where refineries that we have that are incredible. They're going 24 hours a day, making a fortune. And, I like that in this case too. But I'm not sure that America has a long time. It's a little longer process, something that's a guarantee if I want to do it.
Mr. President,
but I'm not sure the country has the appetite for it. Does that make sense to you?
I understand where
as good as it is. By the way, as good as it is, that's always been my number one thing. But as good as it is, I'm not sure the country has the appetite for it, and that's okay. I understand that.
Well, I mean, what you do is you came to power because you said America wants to win, and you win. Even in 2020, more votes than anyone in the history of the Republican Party. So when you look at this seems to be like an anaconda. You're saying laying the groundwork and just subtly squeezing them more and more and more until they have no options. One of the hits yesterday, as our audience probably knows, is on a water facility. They were already running out of water. So if you can continue to blockade, and now you're taking down their eyes and ears, you're letting them know you're not playing games. And the rhetoric that's been coming out of them for the last 8 weeks really looks hollow today.
Well, Brian, if you can hear me, I think you can.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I will say that, first of all, you mentioned 2020. You're right, in 2020, I got more votes than anybody in history, Republican Party, and I got more votes, but the election was rigged. But in 2024, I really got more. We made it too big to rig. And but we did great in 2020. It was a rigged election. And you saw it in California. Very interesting, if I could just divert. So the kid got, the shaft. And he did, Spencer Pratt, he did really pretty damn well. And they threw him out. And it was happening to Steve Hilton. And I went on a tear. And they said it was going to be 2 weeks, and they'll know about Hilton, whether or not he's going to make it. I went on such a tear that they approved it immediately. They approved Steve. It's such a rigged deal. It's so crazy. They approved him so fast because everybody was watching. And he was leading, and he was leading by a lot, and you saw his lead was dissipating rapidly. They were taking it away from him just like they took it away from the kid. And I went on a tear. And by the way, we have the U.S. attorneys looking at it. And the 2 weeks said all of a sudden, we have a surprise. Steve Hilton won. And he did win, but they were going to take it away shortly. They were going to take it away over a 2 week period. They announced that they wouldn't have the results for a week to 2 weeks. All of a sudden, they approved Steve Hilton.
But Iran.
It's a rigged election.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's get back to Iran.
I shouldn't have brought that up. But how do you feel about Iran?
But let's get back. Get back. I just want to say to.
Did you find it interesting that Fox wanted nothing to do with talking about Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton? In fact, Steve, whatever his name is, the guy from Fox, tried to direct President Trump right back. Let's get back to Iran. They didn't even want to talk about what's going on in California. Maybe because Fox has too much at stake in the state of California.
Public, it's a rigged election. We need the Save America Act, period.
Got it.
Okay, let's get back to Iran. Much simpler. It's a much simpler situation.
Mr. President, so I get the impression that you're frustrated with Iran.
I'm not frustrated. I don't get frustrated.
Well, I'll say it this way, that it's almost an ultimatum now, that there's no more negotiation at this point. You went back and forth with them, you gave them 2 weeks, and now they have to take the deal that you have offered them, that you tried to negotiate in good faith, or everything goes and the people can be liberated. Is that what's happening right now?
Well, that could happen if we want to keep going. And, the deal is a very good deal. The problem with the deal is that it could be the greatest deal in history. They could wave the white flag of surrender.
I just wanted to step in for a second when the whole thing with Fox. Understand, if Fox obviously has business, they have studios in California, the way the law is written, that should have underscored it for you. You can't participate in questioning the election or you could be arrested. And so I'm pretty sure the producers and legal team at Fox said, stay away, get away from Spencer Pratt and Hilton. Don't let him talk about that. Move on. The law is egregious. President Trump, as well as you and me, have a real reason to be pissed off. And as I said earlier, taking away their money is probably the best thing for this to happen.
Surrender. They could say, we surrender, we're finished, we've had it. The United States is the greatest power. Praise be to Allah. And they could do all of this. They could say it loud and clear, and the fake news would say it was a great victory for Iran. I mean, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We're killing them. Just killing them. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. You know, we're flying planes over the middle of Tehran, and they have no idea what we're there. We've knocked out all of their radar, all of their anti-aircraft. Much of their missiles, they have probably less than 20%. We think about 20%. Most of their launchers, they have the missile launchers, which are quite important. Their drone capacity is way down. You see it. I mean, it's way down. Their attacks are very minor. They're finished. And yet, the fake news, just like with the election, the fake news is out there saying, wow, Iran is doing just so well. Trump is doing terribly. I watched it yesterday, one of the shows for 5 minutes. I haven't seen the show in a long while. This fake Joe Scarborough talking about how well Iran is doing. I'm saying, where do they come from? It's just the craziest thing. Yeah. And behind the scenes, I will tell you, they won't even dispute it, although they probably would because it makes sense. They're very good. Iran is very good at publicity, but they're not good at fighting. But I took a look, and I must tell you, they can't believe the press they're getting. They can't even believe it. Yeah. And they told me, they said, it's amazing how well we're doing in the papers. We're not doing so well. They're negotiating with us to make a deal.
Well, Mr. President,
it's hard for them because they are proud. They're very proud.
We know that
they've been the bully of the Middle East for 47 years.
Yeah, they have.
They've been ripping off our presidents and other countries for years. They played Obama for a fool. The JCPOA is one of the worst deals I've ever seen, other than NAFTA, the NAFTA trade deal, which was maybe the worst deal ever made.
Mr. President.
But the JCPOA was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a road to no nuclear weapon. Right. They can't have a nuclear. It says you cannot have a nuclear weapon. We will not have. And I didn't like it. It wasn't strong enough because it said develop. You cannot develop. I said, no, I want buy also. So they fought me on that for a day, and then they agreed to it. You cannot develop or purchase a nuclear weapon. You know, so we got everything, but the press just covers it so crazily. They
don't worry about
it. No matter what I do, the press will say it was a great victory for Iran. These people are crazy.
Mr. President.
It's Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, Mr. President, I agree with Brian. Don't worry about it. Our viewers are watching Fox, and so they see this coverage. They're not reading the New York Times. But we know that you've destroyed their air defense systems, their radar. Their Navy is at the bottom of the ocean. We know that America is winning this fight. But when they destroy or they shoot down one of our Apache helicopters and we strike Iranian targets and then they fire missiles at our bases in Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan, we have to fight back. So when you say you don't think America has the appetite to do what we're seeing tonight, I think we do. I think we're ready to see this because, like you said.
Well, Ainsley, part of the problem is that they read the fake news. I mean, because Fox is great. All the anchors on Fox have been fantastic, from Sean to Jesse, Laura. I mean, they've all been great, everybody.
So I got to ask you, if he were to go and take Carg Island, the question he asked, I think he was asking America, and I think America needs to respond. Do you have the stomach for what it will take if he takes Carg Island? That was the question that was asked, and Ainsley wanted to answer for all of us. However, I'm suspect as well. I wonder how many people, even in MAGA, want him to go forward if it takes taking Carg Island. Are you okay with it?
Every single anchor has been great. You guys have been amazing. And Trey Yangster's a superstar. I mean, he just covers it so accurately. And I don't know Trey Yanks, but I mean, he covers it so accurately. It's so beautiful to watch. And he's got a level of excitement that's amazing. But the accuracy is so good. I just saw him on your show a little while ago. And I said, that's exactly what's happening. I'm not saying I want the advantage or this. I just say that's what's happening. And that's the way it should be covered. And if it was covered that way, the public would say, wow, what a great situation this is. Because we are stopping a very evil nation which has killed thousands of our people. no legs, no arms, face obliterated. What they've done with, the roadside bombs, Soleimani, who I killed. But Soleimani was their top general. He was a brilliant general, an evil person. But he was a brilliant general. He was a violent general. And he was the father of the roadside bomb. And they sent him off by the thousands. And every time you see a soldier without his legs and arms and beyond, that's Soleimani. So 95% is Soleimani. So I took care of that. And now we have Iran in a very, I guess the ultimate position. They have no choice. The only negative we have is we have everybody writing about it incorrectly. We have fake news.
But
that's where the term fake news
feeling
came
is
from.
this is like your strategy is like an anaconda. You're slowly you'll talk to them, but you're slowly squeezing them to death.
Yeah. I'm talking to them. Hey, I'd sort of like, I'd like to get a deal now, less than 3 or 4 weeks ago, because, once you do this, you could just go a step further. But I don't know that America has the appetite to do what I would really much prefer doing. You remember in Iraq, I said, don't go in, but they went in. They made a big mistake. It should have never lasted. That war lasted 10 years, killed tens of thousands of people, millions of people on both sides, millions of people. Nobody ever reported that. We've lost 13.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder if people in his inner circle were telling him that America can't take it. America can't take an extreme operation like taking Kharg Island and taking control of their gas and oil business in Iran. For him to come on and say that, I believe he's asking us, is in some way, shape, or form, are you tough enough? Are you tough enough for what I think I need to do? Who knows if this deal gets signed with Iran and how long, if they sign it, how long will it last? And the next step after this, if it doesn't work again, they're going to take Kharg Island, most assuredly. So look in a poll. Do you have the stomach for it?
Soldiers in 2 wars. In Venezuela, we lost none, took over the country. And in Iraq, in Iran, we lost 13. In Vietnam, we lost hundreds of thousands, 19 years. Nobody says that. They say, you've been there for 3 months. 3 months. They're going crazy because I've been there for 3 months. I've decimated the country in 3 months.
Are you thinking
and
next?
No, they blame me, Brian. They said, you said you'd be out of there faster. Well, it's a much bigger situation now because we've done a better job than anybody anticipated you could do in such. Look, we were in Vietnam 19 years. And we didn't do the job because we didn't have the right leadership, to be honest. That would have been, if it were me, I would have had that war done in 3 months, 4 months.
But victory here would be total capitulation. And the one thing you brought up yesterday is it's going to be bridge and power plants next. Is that next? Yeah, but I'd rather not do it because once you do that, the people suffer. Like I heard you mentioning water. Water is really a devastating loss for them. I could do that in 1 minute. They knock out. What is your message to the Iranian people?
But the problem is the people won't be able to drink water. What are they going to do?
But what is your message to the Iranian people? Mr. President, they now have the internet.
Well, my message to the Iranian people is they're afraid because they have no guns and the other side has guns. And they have a rally and they get shot. They hung the wrestler and his 2 friends. They hung him from a crane, believe it or not, violently. He was a very top wrestler. And they hung him. They've killed at least 40 to 50,000 people. And the people are afraid. When you have a machine gun staring you in the face, or when you have 4 snipers on 4 different buildings shooting people in the head, it's hard to have a rally, okay? It's not a rally that,
are you going to get them
one
weapons?
goes down, another, see 3, 4 people laying down alongside of you with a bullet in their brain, and they run. I can't blame them. Who's going to blame them for that?
So can you get them weapons, Mr. President? Can you get them weapons?
Provide air cover?
Well, we actually sent them weapons, and we were very disappointed by the Kurds, to be honest with you. The Kurds let us down. I disagreed with the decision. I was saying, no, I don't believe they'll deliver them. I think they kept them for themselves. I think it's a disgrace. But I'll remember that, Kurds. I'll remember that. But they have some guns, but, they don't have the weapons. Look, even if they had some, they're petrified because this is different. This isn't like in this country. If you shout at, you have a vicious group of people rioting someplace. If the police shout at them, they end up ruining the policeman. They ruin him. They take away his badge. They take away his
In Iran,
family,
they give him a
his
medal.
life, his pension, his everything. They take away his car.
Mr.
It's
President?
slightly different. Over there, they shoot him, and the rallies dissipate very quickly, as frankly, I think is pretty normal.
Why won't they
very rarely can that happen, because there are not many countries. China was one that was able to do it in Tiananmen Square with the tanks. That tank operator, boom, rolled right over them when they went in front of the tank. There are very few people that can do that to their own people. In other words, the tank operators didn't. With Erdogan in Turkey, they were unable. They tried to pull something on him. He's a friend of mine. He's a very strong leader.
And Mr. President,
they were doing, and the tanks could not do it. They could not do it. They could not run over their people.
We only have a minute left, but will there be more bombing tonight?
Yeah, there will be more bombing tonight. It'll be bigger, more powerful. Don't forget, we've knocked out all of their anti-aircraft. They don't have any they have nothing. I mean, they may get lucky with a shoulder weapon or something, but for the most part, they have no defense.
What did the representative say in your phone call with them?
They're finished. Excuse me. They're finished. But the papers, the media refuses to write it. They're finished. We can walk in there tomorrow. We could take soldiers. I don't want to have boots on the ground, but if I wanted to, we could put a small group of soldiers and take over the whole place. They're finished. And the media is crooked. They're just like our elections. The media is crooked.
Mr. President, thanks so much for joining us today.
Mr. President.
And everything on your
We
plate.
appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, he sounded like a mob boss as he was talking there. The media is finished, I tell you. They got nothing, and they truly don't have anything. That is, as everyone has been saying, that is Iran's biggest weapon at this point, the American media. That's who's causing the problem. Because immediately after this ceasefire was not a ceasefire, but the raids were canceled for tonight, immediately on cue, the liberals started saying he's chickening out, he's chickening out, he's chickening out. I mean, they don't want him to bomb, but then if he doesn't bomb, then they say he's chickening out. And I'm telling you, my personal belief, I've got no way to verify it, is I think we're seeing a complete op here. That he wants that uranium. He doesn't give a crap about the oil. Again, let's check in with what's going on in Money World. In Money World, we got it. It's still happening. We're almost up 900 points on the day just because he canceled the strikes tonight. That's it. That's the only reason. And it says it right there on CNBC. Dow jumps 800 points. Oil tumbles as Trump cancels evening strikes against Iran. Man, I have never seen a time when the stock market is so easily manipulated. When you can literally just watch what happens, wait until he talks, hit the buy button right there. And again, it's the same thing with the other markets. There's silver, straight up. Remember, today is Thursday. On Monday, I told you between the 10th and like the 16th, billions are going to be made. It's incredible what I see happening right now. And it's happening right before our eyes. We can all see it. I want to run over a couple things before I check with SV. Ashley had sent me something. This was interesting. This got posted at 1 o'clock, and I didn't see it. And Marco Rubio at 10 or 1:20 came out with the Dana White event. But he posted this. Today, I'm sanctioning Cuba's state-owned energy company. Energy, again, the energy company, Union Cuba Petroleo, under President Trump's EO 14404. Now, we're going to have to go look up and see what EO 1404 is. Cuba's communist elites have weaponized energy as a tool of social control and kleptocratic profit. For decades, the regime has stolen and hoarded available fuel, using it for the Castro's private jet. The security forces use it to repress the Cuban people, to keep empty tourist hotels lit up, and to bust people in for fake protests and political stunts, all while the Cuban people have suffered blackouts and waited weeks to fill their cars. President Trump wants a new future for the Cuban people with greater economic and political freedom and the opportunity. Until then, we will continue to target the communist regime's ability to leverage its energy trade to further its corrupt agenda and violently repress the Cuban people. All right, let's pretend we're in homeroom back in 71, 72, and I'm going to give you a test. What did you just read? What did you just see getting flexed? If you were with me last night and you were with me in December of 2025, you know what you just saw getting flexed. Anybody got it? Anybody want to see and say what you just saw? All right, I won't let you handle. I won't let you hang on a limb there. You're seeing the Don Roe doctrine, i.e., the Monroe Doctrine, in effect. This entire hemisphere is ours. We are dictating to everything down here. We don't care if you're Guatemala, Honduras, or Cuba, or Jamaica. You can't do anything here if it affects us and the people in a country. That's specific. There it is. Chester said the Monroe Doctrine, the Trump corollary. That's it. You guys are starting to understand as you see it, because as you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you've learned it, you're like, I know what he's doing. I can see it now. He's going out and he's like flexing muscle. Hey, you little kids, you can't do that here. Daddy's like, no, you can't have that. We're taking it away from you. Which is why the Democrats are freaking, because he's amassing so much power under the auspices of America. Now, let me ask you a question. Here's a good question for you. Can you imagine the power that President Trump is amassing being turned over to the Democrats? Hell no. So he knows that. If you can say hell no with a giant exclamation point, no, we wouldn't want them to have this kind of power, then he knows it as well. We all know it. So I don't understand when people say, oh, they're going to take over in November. Well, what's going to happen? It ain't happening. It's not going to happen. I sleep very nicely at night knowing now that President Trump is using the Don Roe Doctrine and he's taking care of all this stuff and he's turning off all their money. They're done. They're absolutely done. They literally like chickens walking around with their heads chopped off. They don't even know they're dead. It's like a wolffish. They can bite you and they can, almost take your hand off, even though you decapitate them, because they're still dangerous until you like completely, tear them apart. But they're not going to be in the ocean swimming around anymore. What do you got, SB? Is that you beeping on me?
Two stories. The first one is the U.S. Senate has just advanced Trump judicial nominee Justin Smith of Missouri to serve as circuit judge in the 8th Circuit by a vote of 47 to 43. Basically, Trump is on a roll with all these appointments, so keep on canceling out all those liberal activist judges who just continue to speed bump all his work.
Wait.
A little bit of
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
47 plus 43. I'm not the best in math, but that's only 90. How the hell did that get confirmed with only 47 votes?
Huh. Yeah, I just saw that too. I'm looking at the video and it showed yay 47, 43, unless he caught it. Yeah, interesting.
Unless they all voted present and just didn't vote, because
I'm looking at comments to see.
that's not enough to make it work if there's only 47.
Maybe he posted a little bit premature, but it's
all right.
I shall grok it. Anyway, the other story I sent to you, which was interesting. Remember that guy that wore the skin mask that killed a few of the
in Minnesota?
In Minnesota. That story just popped up. So
they got him.
He just pled. He pled guilty to the murder of the top state Democrat and her husband after the feds dropped the death penalty. Vance Bolter took a plea deal for the murder of Rep. Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman, as well as shooting Senator John Huffman and his wife Yvette Huffman and attempting to shoot their daughter Hope Hoffman. The plea deal includes Bolter serving 2 life sentences and 40 years on top of that in exchange for the government not seeking the death penalty. Now, my question is, okay, remember there was ties to Waltz. Waltz must be, where has he been lately? Anybody want to check in on him? Is he making any phone calls? He's talking to anybody? Because I thought there was a lot of conspiracy theories that said that he might have put him up to it. So something, I claim there's something else going on.
I don't know about you, but 2 life sentences plus 40 years is a death sentence.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to get the, the firing squad or getting hung or whatever.
Oh, just do me. Completely take me out of here. You're telling me I'm here. I got to die. You're going to bring back my skeleton. My skeleton's got to sit there and die. And then we got 40 years of stank maggots to run all over my dead corpse. 40 more. No, just do it now. Just do it now. Because I can see what's ahead for me, and I'm not really interested in being roommates with Bubba and Leroy here.
Possibly, maybe, he's a patsy, and maybe he he took the deals to get, a little bit of protection. I don't know. Something doesn't sound right to me. I followed this when it first happened. It got memory hold fast, and nobody started talking about it, But, what about all the attempts on President Trump's life? It's all crickets. You don't hear anything in the news about it. This is a big story here. So I don't know. I think there's going to be more of this.
You know what else is interesting in here? They don't say, there's a term when you take a plea, it's called allocution. And allocution is you actually have to go before the judge. Are you agreeing to this plea? Yes, I agree to it. And you have to say, I did it. And I'm just wondering, you put on a mask, you come up with this giant charade, you go and shoot this lady in the head when she opens her door, you get all this other stuff. Why did you do it? You're going to have to give them the reason. They're not just going to say, hey, you're guilty and we won't electrocute you. Why did you do it? And I think you're always reading between the lines of these things. And it always tells me that a plea deal is more than just sentencing. We're not going to put you in Gen Pop. We're not going to do this. Well, all these different things. You got to give us something. And they don't tell us the deposit. They tell us what the end result of the transaction, but they're not telling us. So when you're mentioning Tim Waltz, maybe he said something.
I'm looking, I like to look at some of the comments on these posts afterwards to see, the pro and cons. But somebody wrote, so this never went to trial. No evidence was put on record. Just accept 2 life sentences without even trying. I'll shut up. I won't talk. I swear. No evidence presented. Good point.
That we know of.
Right. Well, yeah.
Because it's so bad. I'd rather go to jail for 2 life sentences plus 40 than being electrocuted. Where's the deal? I don't see there being a deal. I mean, I don't know. Maybe somebody want to go to jail for 100 years, but not me. I wouldn't want to do that.
I want to know who hired his ass. I want to go and get to the top of the food chain. Let's go there. Come on.
Yeah. And more than likely, they probably grabbed the money and they found out where all the money went and everything. It's the fact that we're talking about this just leads you to there are so many breadcrumbs that right now we're seeing being put together. We don't know what the final meal is. It's like going into your kitchen when your grandma and mom and the ladies during Thanksgiving and they tell you, here's a cookie, get out of here. Because that's what we're getting, little cookies and get out of the kitchen. We're cooking here. Like, okay, well, I don't know what y'all doing, but there's a lot going on. And the next section, I just want to let you guys know in advance.
Here we go.
Thanks, SV. Let me jump into this.
All right. See ya.
All right. In this next section, I'm going to show you, it's going to be very hard to listen to. It may bring some of you to tears. It is that rough. A couple times a word that rhymes with grape, I had to silence because people here don't like talking to me about, they don't want me talking about the grapevines, if you get my drift. But this is absolutely stunning, which I also think is another part of maximum warfare by Trump. So I'm just telling you right now, this may be very tough for some of you to listen to. There's a few moments when it's very graphic. So let's jump in and take a listen to this. This was this morning with Markwayne Mullin and Todd Blanche.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to be joined this morning on the stage with our DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin, Angie Salazar, who's the acting director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement at HHS, Tyson Duva from the Department of Justice Criminal Division, and our U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, David Tepfer. Also, John Condon, the acting associate director of HSI. So thanks everybody for being with us today. So for years, open border policies threatened the security of our nation and put countless lives at risk. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside HHS and DHS to secure the border and protect American communities. There's a lot of ways that we do this. It includes punishing those who exploited the system and smuggled unaccompanied children across the border during the prior administration. More than 475,000 unaccompanied children entered the United States during the Biden administration. 475,000. Over 300,000 cannot be accounted for at the end of 2024. The way that this happened was typically because the criminals calling themselves sponsors trafficked these children to the border, usually committing fraud to do so. And oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims during the application process in order to obtain custody of the children. I think I'm stating the obvious that when government fails to protect our borders, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. And this department and this administration has zero tolerance for unlawful activity and is committed to protecting children who suffered the consequences of open borders. Today, we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals: Maritza Kawik Koch, her brother, Carlos Agustin Kawik Koch, and Gladys Marina Call Chen. This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these 2 cases, while only 2, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS and with the Department of Justice. All of us are going after those who illegally brought children to this country. And again, these are dangerous and lonely paths from wherever they're coming into the United States, and many of them have had heinous crimes committed against them. So leading and supporting the Department of Justice's nationwide effort against UAC-related crimes is Joint Task Force Alpha. The task force is a highly successful partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. And obviously we use investigative support from the FBI and other agencies, including HHS and their Office of Inspector General. Their Joint Task Force Alpha's mission is to dismantle human smuggling and human trafficking rings throughout the Americas. So this is as is obvious from the numbers, this is a vast problem, but it's something that we're extraordinarily focused on and will remain focused on until it's completely fixed, addressed, and remedied. Some other things that the Department of Justice is doing to combat human trafficking. We have directed every U.S. Attorney's Office that they must pursue all viable charges related to UAC sponsor fraud, all available immigration violations, and any other crimes involving unaccompanied minors, such as labor or sex trafficking, aggravated identity theft, or alien smuggling. Every U.S. Attorney's Office in this country has a designated UAC coordinator, which helps streamline communication with law enforcement agencies and facilitate the prosecution of defendants involved in trafficking UACs.
Now understand, I see some people are putting in the chat, it gets worse. And I'm maybe taking too much of the opportunity to warn you, especially when Markwayne Mullen gets up there, it gets really bad. So, say a prayer, like I put in a cryon. Understand that this is a very tough subject. But the other thing I want you to understand is this, believe it or not, dovetails off of all the other stuff we've seen today. And in terms of going after the money, because these beasts, these evil scumbags, these children are not children. These children are product. This is a huge money-making machine for them. They don't care that the product is a human life. This is how these people make tons and tons and tons of money. So it goes together with all the other financial investigations that you've been hearing about. Unfortunately, the product here isn't coke or fentanyl. It's bodies, humans, and they're making all kinds of money. And as we go forward, I just want you to remember that scene. I showed it. Many of you guys probably watched the movie with me, Sound of Freedom. And in that movie, he says, you can sell a kilo of coke one time. You can sell a child over and over and over and over until they're not viable anymore. Let that sink in. These children are not kids to them. These children are basically means to finances. It is a way that they profit. They're not moving kids around so that they can get teddy bears and go live with somebody's family as their new child. And even if they do that, they're getting paid for that too. This is strictly the most evil of money laundering, if you want to say, of any kind. You can't even comprehend that. And when you detach for a second and understand at this point is that is a product, that is the chattel, that is what they are selling. There's no soul. They don't care. No, it's not a child. It is a means. It's a product that I wrap in a bow and I'm selling to somebody else over and over and over. What got me was when you find out how many times these children get sold. That's when it's going to leave your heart hollow. When you're just like, wait a second, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a grandfather. Oh my gosh! These are the people where you want to strap on and just line them up, all of them. These idiots screaming about Epstein and trying to make a big deal. Notice not a single one of them. Not one single Democrat has talked about this even before the movie Sound of Freedom. Tim Tebow gets screamed at in hearings. He's talking about an organization, an industry that uses human flesh as a product. It's about money. Understand, it's not about the other stuff, even though that's happening. It's about money.
Criminal Division is led by Tyson Duva, who's with me on stage. The Criminal Division works closely with U.S. Attorney's offices and Joint Task Force Alpha to make sure that all the resources are brought to bear on the most egregious and important cases in this space. We will not accept half measures when it comes to securing the border, protecting American lives, and saving children from exploitation. In this administration, as President Trump says almost every day, because it's true, the border will be secure, innocent children will be protected, and sponsors should be properly vetted, and those who seek to commit crimes by way of our borders will face justice. So again, I thank everybody for being here this morning. I would like to ask Secretary Mullen to come and say a few words now. Thank you.
Okay, here it comes. And just listen.
Thank you, Todd. And first of all, I want to thank the Trump administration and President Trump's leadership in going after the worst of the worst. You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back because when we start digging into these cases and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, to which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 140.
Sorry about that. Even though we're at the most important part, President Trump is live in the Oval Office right now. Maybe he's announcing the settlement, but here's President Trump right now.
And it's a great thing. Stock market's up 1,000 points. That means they like the deal. See, that means they like. If the market goes down, that means they don't like the deal. But it's been up. Oil's dropped. Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before. I said I was in Iowa. It was $1.85 a gallon. And I don't know if I'm going to get there, but we're going to get pretty close. It's going to come down, and when oil comes down, everything else comes down. And most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a big, very big thing. But we have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape. So we'll see. We'll see. Very good. Should be done. That should be done pretty quickly. They want it every bit as much as everybody else wants. And I think a lot of good relationships can ensue from this. I just spoke with the leaders of many of the countries that were mentioned in the release. I just spoke to Bibi. I spoke to the head of great heads of nations, Qatar, UAE, and, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. And we're going to be talking to Turkey. President Erdogan is great. And it's really a wonderful thing with a lot of spirit. Pakistan was fantastic. The Prime Minister and I call him the general. He's a general. He's a great general. He's so great that he's actually a field marshal, a step above. And they're all very happy. The whole Middle East is happy. And long beyond the Middle East, the Strait will open as soon as we have it signed. We've been taking out many ships that nobody knew. Even the fake news didn't know it. But over the last month, we've been taking out ships, big ships, quietly at night. You guys didn't know that. Pretty cool, right? As a captain. He knows about more about ships than I do, but it's pretty cool. They turned off the lights. We bombed their radar and everything, so they couldn't see what was going on. And we took out some nights 25 ships, some nights 15. Last 4 or 5 nights we did 25, 22, 21, 26, 18, and 14. Who else would remember those numbers? Nobody. And but a lot of ships, a lot of oil is out. That's why oil, even before this, the market couldn't understand why it was so free. There was more oil than they thought. What they're trying to, we took them out at night, and that with the Strait will officially open as soon as we sign, which could be soon, very soon, maybe over the weekend. In Europe, I won't be able to be there, but JD will be there, Vice President, and some of the people. Steve Woodcock did a great job, Jared. So we'll take some questions, but right now we're here to talk about fishermen and fisherwomen. Okay, we have they're great people, and I guess I'm a little prejudiced because they all voted for me. Would you say I got 100% or just
110%?
I think so. I think if I didn't, we'd have a surprise. We'd have a big surprise. So it's my honor to be taking this action to lower seafood costs and generate millions and millions of dollars in new business for our great, really great fishermen, great people, by restoring commercial access to 3 areas of the Western Pacific Ocean. It's a large amount of space we're talking about that they were restricted. Other countries would use it, but our country couldn't use it. You ever hear anything so stupid? I want to thank Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy, and Congresswoman Kimberly King Hines for joining us today. We appreciate it all very much. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to Captain Sig Hansen, a superstar. Him and Tom Cruise are the 2 biggest people in entertainment. Thank you very much. Great job. And Pacific Seafood CEO Frank Dulcich and his sons Dominic and Charles, and many more dedicated fishermen and seafood industry leaders. We have some great leaders here. And your product is amazing. It's been going along for a long time, right? Seafood. It's amazing and doing great. Under the Obama-Biden administration's radical environmentalists drastically restricted access for fishermen in coastal communities, and hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean was cut off for them. They can't fish. Other people could fish. They couldn't. These people weren't allowed to fish. Can you imagine that? Did you ever think that was going to happen as you grew up? Probably as the sons and daughters of fishermen, right? That someday they were going to take away the right for you to go fishing in the Pacific Ocean. What a bunch of dopes. Those decisions close off vast resources and really the richest fishing grounds, they say, anywhere in the world, destroyed livelihoods and made the United States more dependent on foreign products. And I did a similar thing for Maine. Maine is very much in the subject because I have a pig running for the Senate. He's a pig. He's not a senator. He's a joke. He's a con man. But so it's in the plan. And, you know, I won half of Maine. They have 2. I won the one by a lot. The fishermen, actually, come to think of it. Fishermen and the lumberjacks, the people that go out there and work. I won them. So I love Maine. But it's amazing. They had I think it was 500 mile by 500 mile, massive amount of the Atlantic Ocean. You weren't allowed to fish, but Canada was. Japan was. They all came in and fished, but our people weren't allowed to fish there. That was put in by Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. And it's a shame. I mean, a shame. But I did it a little while ago and opened it up to them. Twice I've done it now, Peter, right? Sure. Peter Navarro, the great Peter Navarro. And I did it twice. I did it then, and then they had a rigged election, and I wasn't here. totally rigged election, just like what was happening in California. You see what they got the kid out, and then they were doing the same thing to Steve Hilton, and I started bringing it. They said, look, they said, it's going to take 2 more weeks. It was a week, and it was heading south. And I started saying it's a rigged election. And then they said it was going to take 2 weeks, 1 week, 2 weeks. And all of a sudden it was approved. You know why? Because the heat was on. He couldn't get away with it. If I didn't do it, I guarantee he wouldn't be the nominee. It's a rigged election. Our country, and we have to get, by the way, the Save America Act has to get passed by the Senate. House has passed it 3 times. But with today's action, we're officially reopening nearly 500,000 square miles, wow, of water around northwestern Hawaiian Islands, northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. I mean, we'll ask you in a second, but why the hell did they close it? Why? Not enough fish? Or what's going on? They closed it. Peter, do you have any reasons why they closed it?
Barack Hussein Obama, environmental activists tried to shut it down. But you're right, sir, it's crazy. They let all
ruined the big industry.
The foreign boats come in. It's crazy. And they leave our captains out. It's crazy. It's bad for fish prices, too.
But we're making up for it, right?
Yes, sir.
And this will support millions of dollars in annual harvest of big-eye tuna, swordfish, reedfish, and many other types of fish. It will protect small local fisheries and coastal communities that depend on their livelihoods. I mean, they are very dependent on this. And it will increase domestic seafood production to help lower costs for American communities. And you're talking about millions, tens of millions of dollars of income. And we have so much. These areas, I mean, they just like say, oh, let's just close them. The amazing thing is that other countries, there's no restriction. You know, you can go and do whatever you want. It's just crazy. America's fishermen have never had a better ally in the White House than Donald Trump. That I will say. I shouldn't say that because I don't want to brag, but based on the vote of getting almost every vote ever. But you have never had. And again, in Maine, I opened it up. You know who's fishing there? Canada. Japan was fishing there. Maine lobster. You couldn't get a Maine lobster. You had to go to Japan to get a Maine lobster. You believe it? You had to go to Canada to get a Maine lobster. They were fishing there. Not only that, you had to go a day and a half in a boat, and they had you at 3 knots. That means like essentially a little bit different than 3 miles an hour, but it means slow. 3 knots until you got outside of this 500-mile area because they didn't want you to disturb the fish that you weren't allowed to fish for. No, but think of it. These people are crazy. And the new thing they had was you had to have an electric boat, even though they didn't work, and even though once you got out there, you had a problem because you couldn't get back because they didn't charge long enough. These are problems that were mentioned to them, and they said, we don't care. You have to have an electric boat. And the other problem was the battery is much heavier, as you know. Yeah. So the boat has a tendency to sink. And they were forced, you know, by 2030 or so, you were forced to have an electric boat. I don't think you were too happy with that, right?
Not at all.
Anyway, but this is going to support millions and millions of people. America's fishermen have just, they're special people. And it's fishermen and fisherwomen. So tell me, how do they define that? Because in most industries, like you have policemen, policewomen, do you call them fishermen and fisherwomen? I haven't heard of that one before. They put it. How would the women do? They want to be designated as fisherwomen? Does anybody want to answer that question?
We'll take fishermen. Yeah, they take a fishermen, fisherwomen.
How about fisher people?
If you want to be politically correct, sometimes they use the term fisher, but
fisher.
I like fisherman or fisherwoman myself.
How about fisher people?
There we go.
These people are crazy.
So President Trump, I Googled that because I was at the same dilemma you did, trying to figure out, be politically correct.
And what is the answer?
So the Google answer said that most women attribute to fishermen because they feel like they're strong individuals and they can do the work of a man.
Well, be careful. That might be the end of your career. My administration's already rolled back burdensome regulations to increase gear flexibility. You know what that means, right? Do you know what that means? I heard they made you buy gear that you didn't want.
Yeah.
And that didn't work. Other than that, it was quite good. Expedite, I guarantee the guy made contributions to fight whoever owns the company that made the bad gear. Expedite fishing start dates and significantly raise catch limits based on the best available science. You know about that? That's unbelievable. We expanded access to key fishing grounds in the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, including vast areas off the coast of New England. I mentioned 500 miles. By 500 miles, that's a lot. That's a lot of fish. It's a lot of lobster that was being sold by Japan. I will tell you, foreign countries are very happy because they ended up taking over the Maine lobster business. Maine lobster business live from Japan, right? But we gave it back to them. These actions have unlocked billions of dollars in economic value and protected thousands and thousands of jobs from great people that voted for Trump. And they voted for me because of common sense. That's all it is. Because anybody can see this stuff is crazy. This is one industry, but other industries likewise. And right now we have $18 trillion being invested in our country. And under the last administration it was less than one. And this is 18 trillion, by the way, in less than a year. It was 4 years less than one. Right, Howard?
That's correct.
By restoring fishing access to these waters in the Western Pacific, we're reclaiming our maritime heritage, empowering American fishermen, and putting American consumers first with lower prices. You're going to have more fish, lower prices. So now let's hear from first Secretary Lutnick and then Secretary Burgum, followed by Governor Dunleavy and Frank Duelstich and Captain Sig Hansen. And then we'll take some questions and maybe you want to hear a little bit about some other subjects. But to me, it's really important. I'm going to sign this now so that we get it done. No auto pen. I don't want an auto pen. Can you believe 94% signed by an auto pen? Can you believe that? I think it's higher than 94%. The only one that was definitely signed by him that we know of, you know what it was? It was his son. Whose son? His son, that was the only one. You could tell, you know why? Because his signature was horrible. She's a real beauty, that one. Okay. Do we want to do some questions?
Mr. President,
Would we like to speak? Yeah, go ahead.
So, this action, 500,000 square miles were closed to American fishermen. You couldn't go and fish 500,000 square miles. I mean, just think of how big that is. And if you had an American flag, you weren't allowed there. But of course, everybody else went. So they went in our waters. These are our waters. Right? And so what did that result in? That resulted in us, instead of having seafood exports, because we have great fishing opportunity, we were an importer. We became an importer of seafood. How crazy is that? So the president is finally changing that. This is a massive win for our fishermen, a massive win for our waterfront communities who process it, all these processors. And in the end, we are going to eat fish caught by us. What a shock. Eating fish caught by us in our waters. So this is just common sense, smart. We already have the best conservation rules in the world, and this was one on top of another on top of another. So thank God from the fisherman's perspective, and I get these calls all the time, that President Donald Trump is in this office because he's finally letting our great fishermen and fisherwomen get out there and catch fish and stop importing fish. Let's eat fish caught by Americans.
Thank you. Thank you.
echoing that, with President Trump's leadership, this is another promise made, promise kept by President Trump that he was going to roll back these job-killing, community-killing, industry-killing jobs. He's done that last year with executive orders, doing it today with his proclamation. So I want to say thank you to President Trump. I want to say thank you to my great friend, Secretary Lutnick in Commerce. We have dual responsibilities across Commerce and Interior related to fish, and of course with our partners in the Pacific, because American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of Northern Marianas Islands, you've got the Congresswoman here from Northern Marianas Islands. These are all American citizens. As Howard said, this is U.S. territorial waters, and they were closed to us and open to others, and that makes no sense. We've reversed that around, and so again, as you see around us, the jobs that are created in this industry are often second, third, fourth, and fifth generation family businesses, and these folks not only risk their lives, they risk their own personal capital to help feed America. They're the farmers of the sea. Just like President Trump's behind our farmers and ranchers, he's behind our fishermen. He's making sure that America is great. This brings back healthy food for our schools, our military, all the things that we're working on with Secretary Kennedy and with Pete Hegseth. So this is a win-win-win across the board. Again, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Howard. Great day for America.
Thank you very much.
This is another example of America First, to be honest with you. Alaska provides 60% of the country's seafood. We're the state with halibut, salmon, king crab, you name it, comes from Alaska. Fishing in Alaska is one of the oldest industries in that entire state, employs thousands of individuals. Everyone has had fish from Alaska, we know that. But this is an example, again, putting America first, workers first, and really this country first. And so on behalf of Alaska, on behalf of all fishermen and women, I want to thank you for what you're doing for this country and for the state of Alaska as well.
Governor, was this shutdown, I mean, it's just so hard to believe. So this was trauma for your industry, which is a big industry.
Well, your deregulation is what really helps Alaska. It helps the fishermen. The country doesn't need more regulation. We need less regulation, and that includes for this industry as well. And so from that perspective, and it's across the board. We could talk about oil and gas and so forth, but this is about fish. But your deregulation approach is really what we need. We don't need more costs, and as you said, we probably don't need electric boats either. We need to focus on getting seafood to Americans, putting people to work, and this is exactly what this does. So I just want to thank you.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Thanks. Good job.
Mr. President, hear from a couple of fishermen. Mr. President,
I'm third generation. These two are some of our kids, as well as fourth. Pacific Seafood immigrated. My grandfather immigrated into this country and started his first fish market in 1941. From there, we now are one of the largest family vertically integrated seafood companies in North America. It was an American dream. And I'm honored to have been.
Where are you from?
Portland, Oregon, and now Arizona.
Liberal.
It's not a liberal.
Trust me.
It's probably more people than you think as Republicans, conservatives.
If we could count the votes.
Yeah, if
that's
you
another
could count
issue.
the votes properly, yeah.
But where we are is the act, the proclamation today, and the executive order last year and prior to this is really going to help us. We have 3,000 families that work with us and 715 fishing families, lower 48 in Oregon, Washington, California, and Alaska, that depend on what we catch, what we process, and what we grow and sell is the healthiest protein on the planet. And you're giving us access to these family wage jobs in these coastal communities where we're usually the number one or number two employer in those cities and counties and coastal community. And so I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of that 3,000 employees and 715 fishermen. Thank you, Mr. President. Secretaries, thank you, and everybody that supports this industry.
So did you ever see this happening when they destroyed your whole life and your family and your business, everything else? Did you ever think that somebody would come along and save it?
I'm going to just be really clear. There's never been a president to do this.
Thank you. Very much. It's very nice. Yeah.
I just want to say, Mr. President, that, my father always said, always give credit where credit is due. And I'm here representing the working man, the fisherman. I am one myself, as you know. And, I spent a couple of months with you on The Apprentice, and I saw your work ethic there. And I got to tell you, I understand that I can't fathom how you can do all this and how you can get the time to do what you do and representing us and helping the fishermen the way you have done. It's mind-boggling to me, because I know you got your hands full, but putting us on that pedestal and backing up our industry the way you have, it's just phenomenal. And I got to say, I've been fishing since I was 12 years old. I've never been fired in my life until I spent a couple of months with this man. And it was very humbling, to say the least.
You did a great job.
And I tell you what, when I think about it, I was a better captain after that because I was very nice to my crew. I was very humbled when I was fired. And anyway, I just want to say, as for you, this is a crew member's cap. You can take that. And you're one of us now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You've done more for this nation in the fishing space. We're farmers of the sea. We produce this great healthy protein. I'm from North Carolina, but we support you 100%. You've done more for this nation in the seafood space than any president before you in my lifetime. Thank you, sir.
I'm Eric from Hawaii. United States fisheries are the best managed in the world, and this action is really about balancing, the interests in U.S. exclusive economic zone. You can have both ocean protection under our laws as well as sustainable fishing, and that's what this is about. And I think, Mr. President, you are the only president that has really stepped up in terms of supporting fishermen like you're doing. No other president we've seen, the administrations that's helping us. And there's a lot more work to do because there's a tremendous seafood deficit in trade. Imports are undercutting us left and right. But seafood is healthy.
They're taking it right out of your water.
Yeah, and seafood is a healthy food.
They're taking it from your water and selling it into the United States.
That's right.
The whole thing is just crazy.
So really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, please.
First of all, thank you, Mr. President, to you and your family for the sacrifice and the commitment to the country.
Thank you.
I'm in the sea scallop business. I don't know who likes sea scallops, but New Bedford, Massachusetts is a port that is recognized as the highest grossing revenue port in the United States. I don't know who knows where New Bedford is, but sea scallops, there's roughly 300 vessels, so 300 full-time vessels. They range from 85 feet to 100 feet. Sig's wife came from New Bedford. And you talked earlier about some examples of stupidity or whatever. We have vessels that can cost anywhere between $3 to $5 million, and those vessels only work for 35 days a year. They sit at the rest of the time at the dock. So we need certain things that could help us, and I know that this, because of your executive order, and it's a game changer. That order is a game changer for us. And one more example, there's an area that, like Frank mentioned on the Pacific side, but there's an area off Georges Bank that's 248 square miles. 248 square miles.
Been restricted also?
Restricted. It's the largest.
Is it now restricted?
It's restricted. It's been closed since 1995. And here we are, 29 years later, we can't even get it. It's the best scallop ground in the United States.
Take a look at it.
Sir,
I spoke with the gentleman before, and we're going to fix this. Take a look at it. It's all nonsense.
But how, you talked about stupidity. How crazy is that? We haven't been able to get in there for 30 years, and it's been environmentalists.
Do other people get in?
There's lobster guys in there. There's some codfish. Yeah, they cut it. Well, mostly the United States, but it's the best scallop ground that we have in the United States.
How do they get in if it's restricted?
Well, they can get in. We can't. They won't allow scallop fishing in there.
Oh, I see.
So it's prohibited from us.
Crazy.
But just think of a boat that we have that sits, and we've asked, we're working, and I just explained it to Secretary Letnick about, we're right now pretty close to where we could easily take a permit and put another permit on it. But why should we let these boats sit at the dock for 330 days?
Yeah.
It's crazy. So
we'll look at that.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm a federal advisor on the Sea Scallop Plan, President Trump, and spent a lot of time helping advise the council how to manage that fishery. It's the best managed fishery in the world, bar none of any fishery we have. But it's ludicrous to allow those scallops. They live about 8 to 10 years. And we've already gone through 3 different cycles of those scallops maturing and dying that we're not harvesting. There's a way for us to do that, and your director of marine
It's a positive as opposed to a negative.
it needs to be
And
open.
they die. They just die.
They dying. Just die.
They've gone
Nobody-
through generations.
So a scallop will die of old age.
It'll die. But it needs to
How
be.
do they taste
Right.
when they're dead?
Not very good.
Not good?
Not good.
And you talked about the maha. I mean, it's one of the best. Frank said his fish, the scallops are one of the best proteins.
Yeah. There you go.
They are.
Let's wrestle.
All right.
Oh, they can come to UFC.
Thank you. Anybody else? You guys okay?
Another thing
Thanks,
too,
everybody.
the price of crab has tripled for us, so we're not getting that competition from other countries, which is from
Explain that. Go ahead.
Russian product, for example. So tariffs and
Not coming into the country.
our price just skyrocketed, and it sells. People buy it. It's all U.S.
Do you want to add product coming in from?
So, in other words, at the dock, we received triple the amount of what we've seen in the past. So the demand is there, and people buy it. So,
President Trump, we have a fisherwoman who would like to.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Mr. President. My husband, Sterling, here.
How are you?
I'm doing well. He's an Alaska Bering Sea crab fisherman, and I'm a farmer's daughter from Iowa.
Good. Good.
And I just
Good
wanted to-
combination.
It is. Harvesters. We're both harvesters. I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership and representing not only fishing families, but the farmers too, to help make American agriculture, and not only that, but Alaskan seafood the best
Very
in the
good.
world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Great
much.
couple. Thank you. It's a good combination. I like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, this is a question that will directly impact the fishing industry. Fishermen cheered and support you in your fight to stop offshore wind turbines because experts say that they destroy the commercial fishing industry, not to mention their international security threat, as you've highlighted. Does your administration plan to continue to fight the judge's ruling that's allowing for the continuation of the turbines right by Jamaica States, right where you live, off of the Atlantic?
I know exactly.
154 of them are going to litter the sea. Will you put a stop to that, Mr. President, now that Kathy Hochul broke her deal about the
And
pipeline?
she did break her deal. Doug, would you want to answer that question? Because I am for it. She broke her deal by stopping a pipeline. She wanted to stop a pipeline, which was so good for New England and so good for Connecticut. And she broke her deal. What do you want to do on that, Doug?
Well, I think I want to say, first of all, absolutely positively, the construction of these wind towers have an effect on fisheries. We've had multiple roundtables between NOAA, which is part of Commerce, and Interior, which manages all of the offshore leasing. So plenty of evidence that destroys fishery. Number two is marine mammals, which Howard has in NOAA. It's affected. We've had more whales wash up on shore during the construction of these offshore things. So it's not great for marine life, not great for fisheries. We also have the report from Secretary Pete Hegseth, which conclusively, this is a national security threat, and we should understand this was thrown out by the Democrats and said, no, it's not. It can't be a national security. They're just making it up. Other countries, including Sweden, have canceled offshore wind projects because of national security issues. And all you have to do is pay attention to the way the wars are being fought today. It's autonomous on autonomous, a lot of it low altitude. These wind towers that President Trump has worked to try to stop, the towers themselves can be 600 feet. The blades are 250 on top of that. You could launch an attack on the U.S. in the Northeast, in our most populous area, with a bunch of autonomous drones coming through a wind tower field, which cover thousands, if not tens of thousands of miles. That level of attack would be undetectable until it came through because of the radar interference. And then we know that there's autonomous undersea activity going on now. That's happening in the Gulf with advances in technology on all sides. The sonar, the vibration of running the wind towers affects the undersea sonar. So it's a huge national security threat, bad for marine mammals, bad for fish. President Trump is going to keep fighting for what's right for this
Could
country.
you stop the blades right now? They're coming over from Asia right now. They're sending the blades to start installing them. So it's sort of pending.
Yeah, well, and then on top of that, it's the most expensive electricity, it's weather dependent, it's intermittent, and it's foreign sourced, as you say.
Terrible. And they do affect fishing, and it's very bad, and everybody's against it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, on Iran, how confident are you that there will be a signing this weekend? Because you have come close to sealing a deal, but at the last minute it has fallen apart. And
It'll be soon. Maybe this weekend.
And has the Supreme Leader approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
And when this deal is signed, is the United States going to immediately lift the blockade?
Yes, that's true. That's part of the deal.
And
You'll have oil prices dropping like a rock.
And sir, have you actually secured an agreement on the discussions about the nuclear material and the nuclear negotiations?
Yes, conceptually on that, and nobody's getting close to it because it's buried under a mountain, basically. There's B-2 bombers in
But has Iran committed to not pursuing a nuclear weapon, or will there be more negotiations on that down the
They will
line?
not have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. There will be no, which is the whole reason, which is a big part of the reason.
Is that
maybe
going
the
to be in your
biggest.
agreement, sir?
They will not only not have, they will not purchase, develop in any way, any shape, in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, just to follow up on that, you have said before that Iran and the United States were close to a deal. It has not happened yet. Why are you so convinced that this time is different?
Because they've taken a pounding. They've taken a pounding like very few people could take, and they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer. They got hit very hard recently, as you know. And I don't like to have to do things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran because they'll be able to build up their country and other country. I really believe it's a regime change because I find these people to be much more rational than the people that are no longer with us. We knocked out the first team of leadership, the second team of leadership. This is a different group, this is a different level, and I think it's frankly a smarter level, and it's a level that has reason. And they've all approved the deal, everybody's approved the deal. Now we'll get it finished up, and hopefully that'll be done. We will not have Iran having a nuclear weapon, which is very important to these people behind me. We can talk about fishing, there won't be anybody to fish. The fish will still be around, I guess. They're probably going to be affected too. We're not going to let it happen. So Iran will essentially, most important paragraph to me, Iran will in no way, shape, or form have a nuclear weapon or purchase a nuclear weapon.
But is this just a concept of that agreement when it comes to nuclear? You said this was just a concept of that agreement. So is this just essentially setting the stage for deeper talks on nuclear?
It's a very strong memorandum of understanding that is a little conceptual, but it's something that's going to get done. And if it doesn't get done for any reason, which I can't imagine that not happening, they want to sign it as much as I do or more. I would say they want to sign it more, maybe a lot more, but it's a very detailed memorandum of understanding, also agreed to by many other countries that have great influence over them, and everybody wants it done. So it's going to get done.
Yesterday that Iran may be tapping along the U.S. Those were the words that you used. What makes you believe that they are sincere this time in wanting to pursue diplomacy?
It's the level of enthusiasm for getting it done. And we were hitting them very hard for the last 3 days. We're going to hit them even harder tonight. They knew that. We told them exactly what we were going to do. We explained it exactly because they had no Navy, they had no Air Force, they had no any weapons of detection, they had nothing. And so we could tell them exactly what there wasn't a thing they could have done about it. And we won this war militarily very early on. The only thing we didn't win was the fake news was, no matter if they could have raised the white flag of surrender and the fake news would say, oh, they did wonderfully. They didn't do wonderfully. But you know what? They've got a chance to build a country. Their country is largely demolished. Again, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone. Everything's gone. Their leadership is gone many times over. Even many people from this leadership is gone. But we found them to be rational, and they're going to make a deal.
Mr. President.
And I'll tell you what, it's a great deal. You know why it's a great deal? Because they will never have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, is there a specific amount of time that has to pass between this memorandum of understanding and a final deal being done?
Well, we hope it's going to go relatively quickly, but it's...
Is there a 60 or 90
I mean, the
day
straits are
deadline?
going to open immediately. It's upon signing. Maybe it'll be Saturday or
Or is
Monday.
there a deadline, though, to get from this to a final deal?
We think it's going to go pretty quickly. I don't want to say a deadline because if I say a deadline, you'll say, oh, he didn't meet the deadline. This is like, it's not going to matter much because It's going to get signed, and the strait is open. But the straits have been open for a number of months already, and you just didn't know about it. You know, you as reporters weren't able to get it. I just announced yesterday that we brought a lot of ships through, and nobody knew about it. I guess we did a pretty good job, Peter, right? But we brought many ships across, and millions, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil were brought across.
Mr. President,
And there wasn't a thing that anybody could have done about that. Yeah.
is the Card Island operation off the table, and are you ruling out boots on the ground
Now
at
it
this
would
point?
be. If we signed this agreement, it would be. They weren't so thrilled when they heard that that's what I would have done. And I just don't think, I like it great. Look at Venezuela, how well that's worked out. We paid for that war many times over. And many times over. We have millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela going to Houston. And we're working great with the Venezuelan government. Couldn't be better. It's a real good relationship, really good relationship. Venezuela's been amazing. This is a larger situation, actually less oil. Venezuela has a lot of oil, but we think of it, we spend X dollars. We paid for it many times. When was the last time you heard that? Many times over we paid for it. You ever think you'd see that in this country, right? We go to wars, we end up with just blasting the hell out of people, and we come home, nothing happens. Venezuela was amazing, and this is amazing. Yeah.
Mr. President, are you considering using or drafting an executive order to extend FISA or to continue using Section
Well,
702?
the Congress wants me to do it, and let's see what happens there right now.
Republican leadership wants you to do it.
I put out a statement, sure. That's very important. It's very important for our military. Yeah.
Mr. President, on the Safe America Act, you're now urging Republicans to add that to this third reconciliation bill.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on why election integrity matters so much for national security from your perspective?
Well, we
as the
need it for
commander-in-chief?
our elections. We need to have voter identification, which you don't have right now, on a national basis. We need it for, and the voter ID is very important. We need it for proof of citizenship. You believe it? The Democrats are fighting. They don't want you to prove your citizenship when you vote. You know why they want that? Because they cheat. And we also want it with mail-in voting, where you have people that are sent 7, 8 ballots, 2 ballots, 4 ballots, and a lot of them sign those ballots, mail-in voting, and we want to be very judicious. If you're in the military and you're far away, or if you're handicapped, or if you're sick, or if you're on vacation, that you have but you're not going to, millions and millions, look at California, they send out millions of ballots, tens of millions, they have no idea what's going on. Those elections are so corrupt, so we have a mail-in ballot, then we have no men, and we had 2 more, no men in women's sports. We're talking about saving America, right? No men in women's sports, another one, very popular. I think it's 99-1. They say it's 80-20. I think it's 99-1. And we have no mutilization of your children for transgender purposes. So let's see, transgender mutilization of your children. Does that sound good with you guys, generally speaking? You're not into transgender mutilization?
Not at all. Not at all, sir.
Where your child leaves your house and they take your child from you. In some cases, think of it, in 6 states, they take the child and do what they want to do. What they do is I don't even want to talk about it. We add that, no transgender mutilization of your children.
On DNI, Mr. President, do you intend to have Bill Pulte continue to serve as the acting director of national intelligence? And do you think it's unreasonable that some Republicans have concerns that he has no intelligence experience, even if he's serving in this acting role?
But he's intelligent, unlike a lot of other people.
But do you think that's right? No intelligence?
He's only there for a little while. He's running it for a short while while we get a very talented person, Jay Clayton, in. As you know, Jay Clayton's an incredible talent, head of Sullivan and Cromwell. He was head of the SEC. He was now Southern District. I mean, nobody has better credentials.
Do you
But
want Clayton to shrink
Bill will
the
run it for a
alliance,
short
sir?
while. He's done a fantastic job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Created tremendous, it's probably worth $1 trillion now, trillion. He's done a great job. He's a smart guy.
Today's another example of you bringing these everyday Americans into the White House and listening to them.
Yeah.
How important is it for you to listen to everyday Americans when
Very
it comes to
important.
policy making on a
These
daily
people
basis?
built the country, not the complainers. The complainers didn't build the country. These people built the country. Whether it's fishermen or farmers or anything else, me, guys like me, they built the country. I watch all these ingrates, they're always complaining. They didn't build anything. They couldn't build anything. Look at what's happened in Minnesota. Somalia. All these people came in from Somalia. They ripped off our system. You have the woman who married her brother. She came in and married her brother. Isn't that wonderful? And then she talks about the Constitution of the United States. She comes from Somalia. They don't have constitutions in Somalia. They don't have police. They don't have it. All they have is people that run around shooting each other. And then she comes and tells us how to run our country. I don't like it. These people don't like it. I can tell you. I think I can speak for you.
Yeah.
She comes in, Ilhan Omar. She comes in. She tells us how to run the United States of America. And she comes from a place without anything. Probably among the worst countries in the world. And she says, the Constitution of the United States protects me. She shouldn't be protected. She honestly, she should be thrown out of the country. She's corrupt. And most of the people that came in are corrupt. And the whole voting system is corrupt in Minnesota. I won Minnesota 3 times, easily. I won almost every county. But they didn't give it to me. It's a corrupt system. Very corrupt state. The governor is terrible. The attorney general is terrible. They're all very corrupt people. Yeah.
Sir, on your supplemental, do you think there's enough support from Republicans in Congress
I hope
to pass
so.
it?
I mean, any Republican that voted against it would be.
McConnell and Collins say they don't think it's
McConnell's an angry man. He, got thrown out of his position. He's an angry guy. He should be very thankful to me because if I didn't win, he wouldn't have gotten to a point. I appointed the judges. He didn't. He gets credit for appointing judges. He didn't appoint anybody. I did. You know how I did? I won the election. And then I picked judges. And the judges ended up getting approved. And they said, oh, didn't he do a good job? He didn't do a good job. What the hell did he do? I won the election. He's an angry man who's very disloyal to John Thune. John Thune's a good man. He was a loyal worker for Mitch McConnell. He worked for Mitch McConnell. He worked very hard. He was very loyal to him. I disagreed with him a lot because Mitch McConnell gave so much money to Democrats. He gave them money. I had to go get the wall money from the military. I just took it out of the military because that guy wouldn't do anything. He gave it. No, Mitch McConnell's a bad guy, and I thought he was lousy at his job. But when they give him they gave him a lot of credit for judges. But I'm the one that got the judges. You know why? I won the election. If I didn't win the election, he wouldn't have had any judges. So, yeah. I mean,
so what, Mr. President,
say it again?
When will you send the supplemental to?
They're going to send a supplemental, but you have him, you have Murkowski. I've done so much for Murkowski. You have the governor right here. Governor, have I done a lot for Alaska? Has there anybody done more for Alaska than me?
You've been the best president for Alaska in our history, Mr. President. I've said that many times.
And Murkowski's terrible to us, terrible to the country.
Mr. President.
And, I almost feel guilty. I do more, probably done more for Alaska than any other state. Not because of her, because it's the right thing to do. She's just an impediment. But she's there. She probably will be a negative vote. You have a couple of other. I think Rand Paul's come a long way. Let's see what happens. I think Rand Paul likes Save America, because Rand Paul's usually a negative vote. But I think he likes Save America, so that's good. I like Rand Paul, but, I hope he votes for us. Yeah.
Mr. President, the president of the Kentucky Farm Bureau testified before the Senate about a month ago, middle of May. At that point, he said that the pricing and availability of fertilizer was a crisis for farmers. And he said the war was not helping that. And he said we need the government to step in and provide economic help. Even if you do make a deal in the next couple of days, that was a month ago that farmers were saying they were in crisis. Do you think there needs to be federal aid specifically for farmers because of the war?
No, it's fair. I gave the farmers $28 billion in my first term because they were taken advantage of by China. And I charged China for it. I put tariffs on, and China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars. And I took $28 billion out of the tariffs from China and other countries that treated our farmers very badly. I gave them $28 billion. And I'm looking at that, actually. The war is the primary impediment, which is now going to come down from Ukraine. A lot of it comes out of Ukraine and other things, but other places. But no, the farmers have a problem with fertilizer, but that's all coming down now. And your fuel is going to be, I think it's going to be lower than it was 4 or 5 months ago. 4 or 5 months ago, we were doing unbelievable. Remember this, if you look at Biden, his oil prices, without saving our country, saving the world,
by going out and saying to Iran, you cannot have a nuclear weapon. If I ask these people about Iran having a nuclear weapon and they're going to have to go through some pain, I mean, I don't think, I hate to really do it because it's a little dangerous. Every one of these people are going to say you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. You want to see turmoil? You want to see death and destruction? Let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So, but I am looking at doing a form of help because of fertilizer. But fertilizer is going to come way down as soon as this is over.
And then a political question, if I can. Next week, there's a big runoff race in Georgia for U.S. Senate. You notably endorsed a candidate for governor there. You haven't endorsed for U.S. Senate between the two Republicans. Why not?
I may do that, but, every time I endorse, they win. It's been a pretty amazing track record. I was 18-0 this last week.
Do
And a
you
lot of
regret
them are
endorsing Randy
insurgents.
Feenstra, sir?
What?
Do you regret endorsing Randy Feenstra in Iowa?
The man running against him was all Trump. And the only one out of hundreds of races, hundreds, I'm glad she brought it up, she's got to bring it up. There's a gentleman in Georgia that I endorsed who was much less Trump than the other man that won, as you know. And had I been given the proper information, which I don't think I was, I probably would have endorsed the other person. Or not endorsed at all, but I would have endorsed the other person. The other person was much more Trump, as you know, than Randy.
Mr. President, here in Washington, D.C., there's a Democratic primary for mayor. One of the two leading candidates, Janice Lewis-George, is running a Zoran Mandami campaign. It's focused on socialist policies. How would you feel if she emerges victorious in next Tuesday's?
Well, I wouldn't like it, and maybe we'd take back Washington, run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our businesses. By the way, Washington now is a safe, beautiful place. We had 22 fountains dug that are all working. Not one of them worked for years, for 25 years, 40 years, 58 years. The pool didn't work from 1928 it was built. It always leaked because it was done in stone. Now it's done properly. It's not going to leak at all. But this is a beautiful place now. People are coming. Restaurants are thriving. The restaurants are all closed. Nobody wanted. Now you can't get restaurant space. You can't get into it. We have a thriving community. We got rid of the crime. We're 92% down on crime. Think of it. And we're going to be close to 100% pretty soon. You always have some whack job someplace, but we're going to be close to 100%. So Washington is thriving. Memphis is, the people came in from Memphis, 74% reduction in crime. New Orleans, think of that, 78% reduction in crime. They had the safest Mardi Gras that they've ever had. You know why? Because we sent in people that take care of crime. Chicago should do it. New York should do it. Los Angeles should do it. We'll make it a safe place.
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
I still would love to have that job for a day. Get out. Get the F out. You got to go home. You got to get the hell out of here. Oh, that'd be such a fun thing to do with these morons. Very interesting. The last thing he said, I'm sure, is going to cause the Democrats to go into more conniptions. That being that if they elect the socialist mayor in Washington, then he's just going to go ahead and take Washington federally. Ooh, that's a big one. That was a whole bunch of big ones. President Trump, just so you guys know, we go ahead and schedule the shows. I talked to Ashley, I talked to Robin, figure out what I'm going to do. And that wasn't on the schedule. There was no schedule anywhere. I get the first draft at about 10 o'clock each night. Then I check first thing in the morning. Then I check again about 10 o'clock. And there was nothing anywhere that said President Trump was going to walk into the Oval Office and turn on the cameras. And so he interrupted my show, but it's all about him. He's the president, so he can do that kind of stuff. Great news there. He's going to be helping fisherwomen. That makes Robin really happy. Her dad was a sea captain, sort of like what Sig from The Deadliest Catch, but he fished out of South Carolina, out by a place called Murrells Inlet. Used to catch a lot of fish. That's where she got her fishing legs from. Unfortunately, I didn't, so I still get seasick in that regard. But in any event, that was a great great event. You get to hear from a lot of people. You see things happening. He talked about Iran. The deal is going to be signed, sounds like this weekend. It sounds like possibly over the weekend we should see a deal, which means tomorrow. Tomorrow, you go ahead and put on a seatbelt and get ready for the rocket ship. It's going to go crazy. If you're in the market now, go ahead and put your buys in right now. I mean, crazy tomorrow. With everything happening in the next 48 hours between SpaceX, between signing the deal, all of this stuff happening, everybody right now is looking at it. Here's where we are. Market is closed as of right now. The Dow is up 900 points. S&P up 127. NASDAQ up 640. Things are going crazy. Let's check in on silver. Silver, which is it's still open, but we are basically straight vertical. And we still have another day in the week to go tomorrow. Man, this is going to be awesome. Have an awesome ride. All right, so I didn't know we were going to be here for 4 hours, but it looks like it at this point. So what the hell? We're all with friends here, aren't we? So we're going to continue. I don't know if SV's got anything pressing. You got anything pressing there?
No, nothing pressing, but can we play the winning meme? Winning?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Yes, yes.
Can you imagine being Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer right now and just saying, we got nothing? I mean, literally, we have nothing. If this war stops, as he's been saying, the gas prices are going to go down, things are going to take off. It's going to be complete prosperity everywhere. Midterms are over. And now all he's got to do is spend the next 4 or 5 months just putting people in jail and chipping away at their money. Oh my gosh. And it's funny, the trolls come in. I would love to have a conversation with someone who's from the other side that's not a troll. And I only ask you one question. What you gonna do? Because at this point, what are your policies? You can ask your Democrat friends, excuse me, I know you hate Trump. What's your policy right now? And I don't think the Democrats have one. SV, have you heard one?
I'm looking at. I tell you, I look at some of the comments on some of Eric's posts, and like, you all know it's all about the Epstein files. They're just not talking about it. Like, that's all they have. And he goes, well, what do you have to fix it? No, it's they never have anything positive. No. Now, I see, remember that meme with the girl in the yellow raincoat going, they're going to put all their faces on there. Hakeem's going to be on there, wearing a sombrero probably.
They literally have no answers but free stuff. We're going to give you all free stuff, please, free stuff. And see, the one thing that this idiot Nazi up in Maine hasn't had to deal with yet, and it's starting to rev up, he hasn't had to deal with the wrath of Trump. He's been pretty much quiet on him. I think he wanted him to get confirmed and be the actual nominee. And now you can see he's starting to warm up the pipes. He's a pig. I mean, he calls the guy a pig. I mean, he's not even worth me talking about. He's such a scumbag. And I don't find it not coincidental that he brought in some real fishermen who know that this guy up in Maine is a complete fraud in terms of being a oyster fisherman. I mean, he probably goes out there in his bare feet and feels around for oysters. So,
well, when it's funny when he talked about pig. I always remember that time when he called Rosie herpes. Remember her pig? Like I always see her picture.
Did you see what she did to herself?
Yeah, she cut and diced and sliced and But you know what? You can polish a turd, but it's still a turd.
All right, so I'm putting the serious face back on because we
All
were
right.
we were talking. Thanks, SB. We were talking about this press conference with Todd Blanche and Mark Wayne Mullen. And I'm slow here because, again, I'm going to warn you, we got to the point where it's just about to get very serious. So let's pick up from there. He's talking about the kids that they can't find. He's talking about the kids that they have found. And now he's going to tell you about the status and what some of these kids have gone through. Like I said earlier, if you have a weak stomach, if you're going to break down, it's going to break your heart. You might end up crying. But we're going to go back to him being introduced.
Thank you, Todd. And first of all, I want to thank the Trump administration and President Trump's leadership in going after the worst of the worst. You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back because when we start digging into these cases, and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, to which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times.
I had to beep out the word, but you heard what he said. Some of the children have confirmed that they were 600 to 700 times. I wanted to stop. I want that to sink in. Many of us know people who have had that happen to them one time, maybe 2 times. And we know how they feel. We know the trauma that these women and maybe possibly young men have felt after it happening once. So now there may be people leaving the chat who've had to endure that one or maybe twice. Now I want you to put that kind of trauma on a young 9 or 10-year-old girl who's had it done to her 600 or 700 times. Don't look away. Don't leave the chat. Don't turn this off. This is something we need to shine big lights on. Many of you are parents, many of you are grandparents, maybe you're a brother, maybe whatever it is, understand, historically, that act has been heinous. And most of the people we know, it may have happened once or twice in their life. As an adult even, maybe. But I just want you to even just sit back and go, wait a second. Did he just say 600 or 700 times? 6 or 7? Oh, what kind of evil are these people? What kind of demented, torturous scumbags are these people? I don't know if I want to call them people. Let's call them animals who would look at the most innocent among us and say, this piece of meat, I am going to do something to 600 times. I don't know even how you survive that, physically or mentally. I don't know how these children that they're finding can even function. What kind of doors did you close off in your mind to get through the 5th time, the 10th time, the 100th time? By the time you're at a 150 or 200, you're probably a zombie piece of meat. I know they're not going to like this. I'm probably going to have to delete it. But it just really got to me. Just really got to me. And let me just shift for a second. You know, they shut down the government because they didn't want to fund ICE. They didn't want to fund DHS and they didn't want to fund any of the CBP, none of this stuff. What if the reason for the shutdown wasn't the immigration at all? What if they didn't want Trump to have the money to dig into 450,000 missing kids? What if that is why they didn't want to fund the government? Let that sink in for a second, because now that they're digging in and they're probably hiring more people and using technology and turning people and getting confessions and everything else, where is that going to lead to? Maybe that's why they didn't want these people funded. I don't think they gave two crap about the newcomers. This is a cauldron of corruption. Never mind the actual act, which is even worse what they've done to these kids. Man, it pisses me off.
I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? Every leader should understand what's going on. And do you know where we're finding the most of them? Sanctuary cities. Because they know they're safe. That's why they're called sanctuary cities. Because of President Trump's leadership, we're going into those sanctuary cities. We have mayors like Melania in New York who want to say you're not welcome. As a mayor, he knows what's happening on the streets. He knows who he's harboring, and at this point in abetting, by saying that we can't go.
Now understand, that's big words to use from a legal perspective. You're harboring and abetting. That could not have been a bigger message right there. He knows culpability, who he's harboring and abetting criminal act. That's a very strong charge to say in an open press conference that the mayor of New York is harboring and abetting child abusers. And that's what he just said. I don't know if he meant to say it that way, but he's so pissed off. That's what he just said. That should have made everybody who's from New York just go, whoa, what did you just say? And it's all happening mostly in the sanctuary cities. Is that the reason for sanctuary cities? Not so much for the newcomers, but you find sanctuary for those people, the ones who are doing this stuff to kids. It's sanctuary. Don't worry, come here. You can do it all. Takes a whole different meaning once he said that, doesn't it? Once you heard him say it's mostly happening in sanctuary cities, and you're like, wait a second, is this why they did sanctuary cities to begin with? Was it nothing to do, or maybe this much to do with newcomers? And all of this was to shield what was going on in the shadows? God help us. God help us if we find out that that's what's been going on.
Cooperate? We're going to. We're going to go find the worst of the worst. We're going to rescue as many kids as we possibly can. We're going to enforce our nation's laws, and we're going to right the wrongs that the Biden administration turned a blind eye to. It's because of President Trump's leadership. It's horrific to what's happening right in our own country because of 4 years of a blind eye that allowed unvetted sponsors to come pick up 450,000 kids on our borders, knowing their reports while the Biden administration was in office, their own reports was reporting that over a third of the females, regardless of age, was sexually assaulted before they made it to their border. They knew it was human traffickers that were trafficking these young kids to the border, and then they were unvetting or refusing to vet the so-called sponsors, and there was zero wellness checks. And they want to claim that Republicans, because we're enforcing the laws, is inhumane somehow?
You know, it's interesting as you're looking at him, his face even looks different. If you remember when he was just a senator from Oklahoma, and he was a, happy-go-lucky type guy, and like he said, he goes, I was so happy to get this job until I started digging into this stuff. And right now, I don't know what he's seen. God, thank you that I don't have to see what he has seen. I pray that you never have to see what some of these guys have seen. Robin was telling me, because she used to work in a shelter, that there's often times when cops, they have to rotate them out too much because they can't take it. Just, again, put yourself in a situation where you're a police officer and you decide you want to work in this unit. You go in this unit and I'm like, what do we do? Oh, yeah, I think I'd like to help rescue them, but you have to understand what here, take a look. I can't watch. And that's your job, day after day after day, to walk in and keep looking at this stuff. And then you find some kid, whatever condition they're in, or kids. How long you been here? How much has happened to you? How do you know? How have you kept track? I've been scratching on a wall. And so you look at his face, and his face is just like, I've had it. These people are scum. And think about what he must know already, who's been involved in some of this stuff.
What's inhumane about taking care of our kids? As a father of 6 with 3 young girls, I will do whatever I have to do. I will move heaven and hell to go find these kids. And guess what? The same individuals that the Democrats want to demonize every single day, which is our law enforcement, is out there doing that job. And I am proud as I can possibly be to sit here as secretary to say, because of our relationship with DOJ, with HHS, and this administration, we're going to find you. And those that preyed on these young kids, we're going to bring you to justice. We're going to charge you. And we're going to work side by side with Todd Blanche and DOJ to make sure you pay for your crimes. So I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for helping us fight against the worst of the worst and bringing them to justice.
Notice as he was making that entire speech, it must have come from deep inside, because he didn't look down at a note, not one time. There was no notes, no teleprompters, just looking directly at the press, because I think the message to the press is, you are accomplices. You are letting this happen. You are running cover for these scumbags. And then when you start hearing the questions, you'll probably go, my gosh, are you people this bad? Seriously, are you that far in the tank? Do you have that much TDS that you can't even think to yourself, wow, my job is a reporter, and the last thing I want to do is report. I want to tear these guys down for even mentioning this. Wow.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mullen. Angie, you want to come and say words?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Angie Salazar. I'm the Acting Director of Office of Refugee Resettlement. Today's announcement confirms what we already knew, that during the Biden era, human smuggling networks exploited the immigration system and open border policies to profit and further their criminal enterprise at the expense of vulnerable children. You've heard the scale of the problem, over 450,000. I just want to emphasize those children were all referred to ORR. That is an average of more than 300 children per day for 4 years. By law, ORR is responsible for the care and placement of unaccompanied children. In principle, that responsibility should mirror the standards of the American foster care system, which demands rigorous background checks, vetting of caregivers, financial stability verification, and home visits before a child is turned over. Instead, these children were released to adults who were rarely seen in person. They were sent to addresses that were not visited or verified. The children were shuffled by contractors through airports and delivered to unvetted sponsors. In 2024, the DHS Office of Inspector General reported that nearly 300,000 of those children could not be accounted for. We continue to hear claims that this was merely a paperwork issue. It was not. When the government lacks reliable contact information or an effective means of tracking children, that is a child welfare failure. ORR suspects that over 40 unaccompanied children are linked to this organization via aliases, documents, or addresses. And this is exactly why ORR reforms are necessary. Under the strong leadership of Secretary Kennedy and President Trump, ORR has reviewed our data and identified over 81,000 addresses that were used repeatedly to take children. Over 76,000 instances where mandatory safety checks were missing. Over 97,000 cases that lacked background checks. And instances where fingerprint and DNA and human trafficking risks were either not required, ineffective, or applied in an inconsistent manner. The Trump administration has taken immediate action to find these children and close the loopholes. You've heard to date, we've located with Department of Justice and DHS approximately 146,000. Some have been located that were sexually assaulted, others deceased, and some committing heinous crimes. So what has changed? Today, ORR requires valid identity documents, fingerprint background checks. We identify repeat sponsors. We require DNA testing when family relationship is claimed. We also verify income, and we most importantly, we physically verify the homes, the addresses, and we meet with sponsors in person. And for the first time, ORR is in lockstep with our law enforcement partners to identify bad actors and protect children. We are prioritizing child safety over placement speed and modernizing our systems to strengthen oversight and accountability. Every child referred to ORR's custody deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen and Acting Director Salazar. I'm Tyson Duva, Assistant Attorney General, and I run the Criminal Division. The Criminal Division is at the forefront of some of the department's most important initiatives, including going after people who abuse and exploit our most vulnerable, our children who arrive at our borders alone. In the Northern District of Ohio, which is under the leadership of United States Attorney David Tepfer, our offices are partnering together to announce the charges that Acting Attorney General Blanche described against 3 Guatemala nationals and the sentencing of the 4th, all living in this country illegally and all tied to smuggling of unaccompanied alien children into the United States. And I'm going to talk about those cases a little more specifically. Maritza Koek was arrested in Ohio for leading an alien smuggling network and submitting multiple fraudulent sponsorship applications for unaccompanied alien children. Maritza's brother, Carlos Koek, was also indicted for his role in that conspiracy for smuggling, including for one of the children that Maritza helped smuggle into the United States. Another, Gladys Marina Colchen, who was herself fraudulently sponsored and smuggled into the country as an unaccompanied child, now as an adult is charged with doing the same thing. We also secured a prison sentence yesterday for Juan TLG, who lied to obtain custody of a 14-year-old girl and then sexually assaulted her. He will serve a total of 10 years in prison based on his state and federal convictions. These cases tell a story. First, about the crimes that people commit to come to the United States illegally, the dangers and risks associated with that often long journey, including tragic consequences of vulnerable children being subjected to smugglers who exploit them, often sexually and physically. And second, how criminals use a child protection program to commit fraud. In the Maritza Coek Coke case between December 2020 and October 2023, Maritza submitted sponsorship applications using others' identities, falsely claiming them to be children of close relatives to obtain custody of them. She used other people's birth certificates, Guatemalan consular ID cards to deceive ORR, even submitting photographs of herself holding someone else's ID. Several of those applications were successful, causing the ORR to release children to her care. This was a business. Payments were deposited into her and her co-conspirators' bank accounts. 2 weeks ago, agents searched Maritza's residence in Cleveland, Ohio, and found Maritza and 8 other adults and 4 minor children living there. Nearly all the adults were illegal aliens. 4 had themselves been unaccompanied children. This case highlights the fraud and abuse perpetrated by illegal aliens and exposes how this government program was manipulated to bring children to the United States and deliver them to unvetted people. Juan TLG is a separate case. He was sentenced yesterday, and those convictions stem from alien smuggling, making false statements, and aggravated identity theft. In September 2023, Xi arranged for a coyote to have a Guatemalan family's 14-year-old girl illegally enter the United States. He submitted a sponsorship application and lied that the girl was his sister. He was entrusted with her care and sexually assaulted her multiple times. Xi told her the sex was repayment for bringing her to the United States, 14 years old. For Xi's state and federal convictions, he will spend the next 10 years in prison. Since day one of this administration, Joint Task Force Alpha, led by the Criminal Division's Human Rights and Special Prosecutions Section, has stepped up to the challenge and quickly assembled a team of prosecutors to work with ORR and HSI and other investigative partners in this area. The cases announced today are just a snapshot of the important work, and there are others. In Louisiana, we convicted an illegal alien from Guatemala who submitted a fraudulent sponsorship application, falsely claiming the child was his brother. In Georgia, we indicted 2 illegal aliens from Honduras who targeted a child online, lured her to the United States, and filed a fraudulent sponsorship application to gain custody of her. In Kansas, we indicted another illegal alien from Honduras and a Kansas woman for fraudulently seeking to obtain custody of a UAC. The charges and sentence announced today are the work of law enforcement cooperation. HHS, OIG, HSI, FBI, and our partners at HHS ORR. I would like to again recognize U.S. Attorney David Tepfer for his leadership and excellent partnership on these cases charged in this district, and the prosecutors and agents on the line who handled the cases, did the complaints, brought them to grand jury, and handled the sentencings. There is much to be done, and under the leadership of Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen, we will do the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyson. Okay, so we'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. Go ahead.
So I have an on-topic and an off-topic. The on-topic is, first of all, is this problem still widespread, or has it been completely stopped? Secondly, you said you located 146,000 of them, and 300,000 are still out there. What's their fate? Are they being deported, or are they being allowed to stay in the country?
So let me, I don't know, Secretary, you want to address the first question, and then I can handle it from this one.
So on the 146,000 we found with their sponsors, though some of them were just wellness checks that we went through that were maybe not vetted correctly, but the child was okay, the person was in the country legally, we were able to check that off. The other ones were criminal. So those that were exporting the children were charging. DOJ is helping with that. Some were in labor trafficking rings. Some were in sex trafficking rings. Some we couldn't maybe prove that either the child was being utilized in that way because the child was refusing to speak We have either found legal sponsors for the child and then have gone through the process of deporting the individuals. The vast majority of the 146, though, were obtained illegally, the vast majority. And so charges are still moving forward with those. We can't, I'm not able to release the exact number of the individuals that were the children that were being exported and trafficked. As the gentleman who spoke right before me, some of the individuals now that were brought over children are now adults. The ones that are here are adults. We're working on the process of sending them back.
And so is this widespread? And then I have a second question. Still widespread.
Go ahead.
Is this still a widespread problem at the border? And then I have a second off topic.
Whether it's, well, I mean, it's not widespread. I mean, I think it's pretty, I don't think there's any dispute. The borders have been closed to folks that are not allowed in, and it's been that way for over a year. But yes, we are still dealing with a crisis in this country from what happened for 4 years. And one of the reasons why we wanted to have you all here today is to remind folks of the crisis that was created that we are still dealing with. When you talk about numbers and you say 450,000, all right, and then you say 300,000 are still unaccompanied, are still unaccounted for, at least partially. And then when you look at the great work we've done in a year, 100,000+, that's all great, but there's still a tremendous amount of work left to do. I mean, that's, and will we be finished in a year? No. I mean, this is a problem that was created for a long time. It's hard to find. I mean, what Acting Director Salazar talked about is true. Like you have all the over 81,000 addresses in this country had multiple unaccompanied minors associated with those addresses, and that's the crisis we're dealing with.
And on the UFC fight.
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're just here to talk about this.
If he does order that it be blocked?
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're here just to talk about why we're here today. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question on that. Why would children not be eligible for U or T visas even if they've aged out? And second, if I can, are there still efforts to expand child and family detention for processing these people or these migrant children?
Who wants to answer the first question? You can answer the first question? Go ahead.
Yes, if we identify that they're victims of crime, which is what the 26 crimes under the U visa, or human trafficking, right, held against their will for commercial sex or forced labor, they will still be eligible, of course.
So those people aren't being, or those children, or if they've aged out, they're not being deported?
Even if they've aged out, if you're, like the laws here, if you're a victim of those crimes and law enforcement certifies them as such, then they're entitled to those.
Other questions?
Sorry, and the second on detention.
Yeah, what's the second question?
Are there still efforts to expand child and family detention?
To expand child and family detention? I don't know if that's Mark.
So we only have one family detention center right now, and it's in Texas because of President Trump's secure border. And we have zero coming into the country illegally at this point. The detention center is not even close to being at capacity, so we're those that are being held there, we're looking for placements and trying to get them back to the country where they came from and enter the country illegally from.
Just on zero people crossing the border, the SABRE program run by counties in Arizona through California, they are saying that they're still seeing unapprehended crossers. The apprehension rate is 33% there, so people are still crossing the border.
So when we start talking about the zero entries, there's no one that we are apprehending that we're allowing into the country. I'm sure there are some gotaways because we're still building the wall to secure the border, but that number is extremely small. We went from having tens of thousands a week, sometimes in a day, to single-digit numbers, but we aren't able to see that. That's why we're building the wall. That's why President Trump has made it a priority to get the wall built from the Pacific to the Gulf of America. We will have the primary wall completed probably this time next year, and we'll just have very small corridors for individuals that's going to be trying to enter the country legally, where we can allow them to enter if they truly have a claim or have the right paperwork in place. But we are allowing no individuals to claim asylum to come into this country unless they can truly prove by legal statute what they have to require, not because they say the correct things on a handwritten card, but prove that they have an asylum need.
Thank you, Secretary Long.
Thank you very much. Question for the Attorney General and question for Secretary Mullen. Attorney General, I heard Secretary Mullen call this true neglect at best. I'm wondering, what is the evidence that government officials knowingly participated? In other words, are you alleging that the previous administration knowingly approved sponsor placements despite knowing there was evidence of fraud? Or are you...
He wants evidence. I don't think you really want the evidence, honey. I'm sure if you had some sort of clearance, they would be willing to show you some evidence. I bet you couldn't sit there for more than 10 minutes looking at the evidence. Man, these reporters are worse than, or just as bad as the people doing the bad stuff.
Alleging failures in screening and oversight, and can you just talk about the evidence that might support that distinction and be specific about how it applies to a certain number of cases?
So I don't think it can be disputed that the last administration knew this was happening. I mean, putting aside the public reporting about it at the time for many years during the Biden administration, we didn't go and hire forensic accountants or rock star federal agents to find out the data we're showing you. It's data that the government had and that government possessed. And so there were individuals occupying positions of leadership in this country that knew this was happening and either, and this is what Secretary Mullen was talking about, either didn't care, encouraged it, or a little bit of both. I don't think that can be disputed. I don't think you're going to get DHS officials from the last administration telling you, oh my gosh, we're shocked. Wait, you're telling me there were hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors? Oh my God, I had no idea. That's not true. Of course I knew. And so I don't, and when you talk about the outrage that is hopefully coming through from what Secretary Mullen said and what I'm saying now, it should be outrage amongst everybody that this happened. And it did happen. And so whether somebody closed their eyes to it and whether somebody just, was negligent, or whether it was something much more intentional and part of a policy that was in place to literally just have open borders, including unaccompanied children who were being abused and trafficked, that's not for me to answer. But I will tell you that this is not something that we had to dig far and deep to uncover. I mean, we've been talking about it since January 20th, and we'll continue talking about it. But yeah, so I'm not indicting the past leadership right here on this podium, but you also cannot ignore what was an incredible dereliction of duty at best.
To say that it was encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that?
I thought after she got slapped down with that long answer that she would understand, lady, you look like an idiot here, and she came right back. What evidence do you have? You don't want to know the evidence. You can't handle the evidence. Although they should say, wait a second, come here, we've got some stuff here in folders. Would you like to see them? What a moron.
What evidence of what?
To say that it was encouraged, this behavior, is quite a charge.
Well, you can insert whatever word you want. I said encourage. If you know there's a problem and you're in a position of leadership to stop it and you don't stop it, what word should I use? I mean, I use the word encouraged. If it isn't as if this was a single day problem. You have a situation that happened over a number of years. They knew it was happening. It was brought to their attention it was happening, and they didn't do anything to stop it. As a matter of fact, when you look at the end of 2024, and there were 300,000, like you just think in your mind that number and that number of young children, and then we had no idea where they were in this country. I mean, I continue to use words encouraged. So.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that and answer that. I also want to ask you specifically about some of the sanctuary cities as well as where these kids are coming from, if you can be more specific about some of the problem cases. I also do have an off-topic question, but go ahead.
So I don't think I need to explain what I said any more than what I said. It's negligent at best and criminal at worst. When you're not taking care of the kids that you're entrusted to take care of, negligence can turn into criminal. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to go after the individuals, but you can't, as Acting Attorney General said, you can't just simply turn a blind eye to it and say it wasn't happening. You can't even deny that. Everybody in this room knows it was happening. It was being reported at the time it was happening. And there was no outrage, and no one tried to hold these people accountable. And kids now have been paying for it. They've been getting raped over and over and over again because this previous administration chose not to enforce our nation's laws and protect the most vulnerable. That is shameful.
Lastly, I want to.
You know what's really bad about this is that is sounding, I can only hear the audio, I don't see who she is, but that's a young woman saying this. This is a young woman who's being told by a secretary of DHS and the interim director of Department of Justice, who's been telling them about these young girls and boys that have been done to 600 and 700 times. And you're telling me as a female, you got to see the evidence? You need to figure out if the Biden administration really was negligent? What kind of, that's a special kind of stupid. And then she asked him again.
Ask about immigration policies that are already shaping the World Cup. At least one referee from Somalia and one Iraqi team staff member were denied entry at U.S. airports in recent days, and dozens of fans have been denied.
What did you call it? Politics?
No.
What'd you say? I forget how you started that question.
Policies.
Yeah, policies are, we're not going to allow people that have criminal or maybe perceived to have criminal ties to come into this country. I don't care what your situation is. I'm not going to get into why we denied this individual, but there's a reason why this person was denied. Now, the left media wants to go out there and report and say this guy's a victim of because we're, anti-Somalia. No, we're not. We work closely with FIFA and the administration on a regular basis. We talk to FIFA and their directors constantly. Anybody that was denied, we made the case for and showed them why they were denied. Now, to get into the specifics of it, I'm not getting into the specifics of it, but Iran chose that was a difficult path. If there was any country we wasn't going to allow in here, Iran would probably be the reason why we wouldn't allow them in here. But we did, and we worked closely with the individuals with restrictions. And so there was multiple, more than just these two, there was multiple individuals throughout. We have a World Cup here. We got a lot of countries that doesn't exactly have access to the United States, and we did a phenomenal job on getting as many people cleared as we could, but some people just can't clear. And that's just the way it works with getting a visa to come to this great country. Yes.
Thank you. How does the partnership with law enforcement that you've described change your ability to find and protect these children? And then secondly, how many of these children have you been able to reunite with their families in foreign countries?
Well, first of all, let's talk about the 287G program, which is the greatest partnership we can have. It's shameful that we have governors like in Virginia and governors in New York and governors in California and other sanctuary states that are refusing to allow their own law enforcement to join in the 287G program, where we simply go after the worst of the worst. And we say to local law enforcement and to state enforcement that if you will help us, you don't have to enforce, just if you run across these individuals, keep them. We'll pay you for your time. We'll even give you some of the equipment, and we'll pay for some of the equipment. Just hold them, and we'll come pick them up. And we have sanctuary states now that are popping up, and like New Jersey, that are saying, no, it's against the law for any state agency or any local agency to join in the 287G program to enforce our nation's laws. I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest with you. Why wouldn't you want to take the worst of the worst off your streets? Why would we allow it? Let me just give you one statistic. 50% of all the murders that's happened in Fairfax County are by illegals. 41 individuals in Tennessee have been killed this year by illegals, well, in the last 12 months. Why? Why would any politician say that we wouldn't want to get those individuals off our streets? Why wouldn't they want to partner with DHS and the 287G program to help rid this type of activity out of our country and out of your communities? And I can't make sense of stupidity sometimes. We allow political theater to get in the way of actual law enforcement. And all we're saying is let's protect our streets. And let's make sure that our kids can go play in our yards, that you guys can go on a run in the mornings. You that live in Washington, D.C., you know what it was like 2 years ago? What's it like today? Can you go run the streets? Can you go run the Capitol and feel safe? Could you have done that 18 months ago? No. And you know that. But because of President Trump's strong push for law enforcement, our communities and our cities are becoming safe again. Why wouldn't any elected official want the same in their backyard?
You spoke about Mayor Mondami and sanctuary cities. How do you envision the operations from your department in New York or other sanctuary cities as compared to what happened in Minnesota or California prior to you being secretary?
When you take somebody like Mondami, who is just this radical socialist, that's anti-law enforcement, anti-police, it's shameful because NYPD is awesome. They're phenomenal to work with. They have the best crowd procedures. They have the best law enforcement agency. I'd put them up against just about any city around the country. And they have a pride about them of doing so. But you got a mayor that's not allowing them to do their job. And it's shameful. All these guys in the NYPD, they just want to go to work. They want to do something that they feel like they were called to do. And they're great at it. But they got a leader that's handcuffing them. And hopefully the people of New York will wise up and get a true leader in there in a few years.
How would your operations look different than Minnesota or California?
Well, if we had partnership with NYPD, we could clean that city up in 30 days. I mean that sincerely. We could clean that up with President Trump's leadership and us flexing with the ability we have. We've seen it happen in Memphis. We've seen it happen in New Orleans. We've seen it happen right here in Washington, D.C. We know how to do it. We just got to have, politics set aside and let law and order be the mainstream of why we decide we're going to do what we're going to do.
Secretary, I have one on topic and one off topic. You said you and the mayor don't get along, and you're expressing concern about some of the governors in sanctuary states that you call them. What are you willing to do to bridge?
What the hell did that? Wait a second. Did you hear how he said that? How pompous and how arrogant sanctuary cities, as you call them. No, we didn't make up the word sanctuary city. They did. They declared themselves sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. But he tried to put it off like as you call sanctuary city. These people in the media the media needs an enema.
Yeah.
I'll work with anybody that's wanting to work with us. When I got sworn into office, I said, I don't care if you got a blue state, blue city, red city. I don't care what it is. I'll work as hard to protect my backyard as I will to protect yours. I don't see color when we start talking about law enforcement. What I see is criminals, and we're going after them. We've reached out multiple times through this whole FIFA, and we can't even get past the first person at the desk. So I'd sit down and talk to him anytime. I don't really think we're going to get anywhere. I think President Trump tried that. And you see the way he treated President Trump. I mean, President Trump literally brought him into the Oval Office, let him stand beside him, tried to actually give the olive branch and say, listen, we can set our political difference together. But President Trump loves New York City. He loves the Knicks, too, obviously. And the fact that the way the mayor treated him once he left the Oval Office will tell you what type of man he is.
How many of these 81,000 that you've got identified there, how many of those have criminal cases that you're trying to pursue?
I'll let our Attorney General answer that.
What was the question about? How many are
81,000 addresses? How many do you know have committed crimes? The people there have committed crimes?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but just it's not as the point of that number isn't that there are 81,000 criminals. It's just a sheer number. So some of them, it might make sense why there's 3 unaccompanied minors that are not related in one house, maybe depending on the circumstance. So it's not that every single one is a crime, but when you heard what the work that is being done, it's as simple as a site visit or as simple as a forms check to make sure that everything's in order. So for some of those 81,000, yes, I'm sure it's fine. For some of them, there are horrible crimes being committed. And so we announced a couple charges today. Tyson talked about ongoing cases that I think, joint that we're working on. It is a big priority in every U.S. Attorney's office. And so I think that I expect you'll continue to see the results of that. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I told you that was rough. It was kind of rough. But I'm not going to, I know we've been here for 3 hours and 45 minutes, but I won't leave you on that note. After the break, I'll pick you back up so that as we leave, you'll actually have a little bit more breathing, because that probably just angered you to hell, but we'll follow it up with something really, really, really nice. Be right back.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, I'm shaking it off, man. Shaking it off right
All right,
now.
let's take a moment. Let's take a moment.
Wow, that's really rough.
Right.
That's crazy. And the worst part of, well, no, it's not the worst, but make the compound the injury is these morons in the press. I just, there's no way I can understand what kind of TDS these people have and how they're so in the tank for the Democrats that they can't see stuff right in front of their faces. It's insane. Absolutely
You know
insane.
what I call them, right?
What?
Prostitutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I coined that. I think that's my term, folks. I reclaim my time.
It's bad. It's really bad. Or before I jump into the feel-good story, you got anything? Any other news? Or...
No, actually, I've been looking. I see, nothing on truth. So until it's coming from Trump, I don't believe it. But OSINT had posted something. I'm not even going to give it to you. Just said that the I guess deal would be signed somewhere in Europe, and Trump wouldn't be going. Would be like JD Vance or somebody, Witkoff. But that's scuttlebutt right now. It's not confirmed. But I saw a couple people mentioning that, so just something to chew on.
I bet you, even though he won't be there, after he finds out it's specifically signed, I'm going to have to be on standby this weekend because he'll come on camera and he'll tell everybody, "All right, it's done. Let's move on." Right,
I learned. I was about to go to the pool. I was all set, had everything set up, and I look at phone. I saw Barry posted on X, and I go, "Oh, 1:30 show." Oh, all right, here we go. So I've learned to adjust. It's just the way it is. It's not a big deal.
Like I said, Ashley and I we're trying to figure it out. It's so hard because you don't know what's going to happen until it actually happens. And then today, with him coming on, I'm looking over and I'm like, is the camera really just turned on? He just, "Hey, I'm here, guys. Here I am." All right. Yeah. It's funny because this guy appears in front of us more times than probably most presidents would in an entire month. You never know. He's like a jack in a box. He's just gonna pop up. He's like Mickey Mickey and Minnie in Disney. They just come out of nowhere. You just
in 3 days he'll be 80 years old.
Yeah.
3 days he'll be 80. Incredible.
Well, the next story I have you is the other half. Mr. Trump just spent a little bit of time, and whenever I see Melania in an event, I know it's going to be short. She must have it somewhere in her contract. I only appear for 15 minutes, Donald. So this is a short piece, but if you haven't seen it, it is definitely an upbeat thing.
I have not. All right, good.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the 79th Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us on this historic occasion. And of course, let me extend a warm welcome to the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming me this afternoon, Secretary Bessent. Since the earliest days of our republic, the Treasury has stood for America's financial credibility and stability. This very building is a monument of our confidence in the American experiment. Today, we are adding another important layer to the Treasury Department's foundation, economic stewardship. For the first time, children in foster care will have access to a dedicated savings and investment vehicle, Fostering the Future accounts. Fostering the Future accounts give foster children the same chance for asset ownership and long-term wealth building as every other American child. By investing in our foster youth now, we help strengthen America's workforce, communities, and economic future. Ownership turns the principle of individual liberty into sustainable reality. For children in foster care, this is especially important. America can offer services, help, and protection, but real freedom means being able to make independent choices about your own future. Property ownership helps make that possible. When they turn 18, foster youth will be able to access the assets they own through Fostering the Future accounts. This will give them a foundation for independence and opportunity. For Fostering the Future youth, empowerment comes through ownership. This includes ownership of knowledge through education, and now ownership through savings and investment accounts. Education and savings accounts are the first steps toward personal independence. Fostering the Future accounts help create the conditions where liberty can flourish. Success is not about how many benefits a person receives, but rather about how much independence they achieve. Starting today, the Treasury will let state child welfare agencies and foster youth representatives set up Fostering the Future accounts for children in foster care. We already have measurable results. 23 governors have pledged to set up Fostering the Future accounts in their states, including Governor Little from Idaho, who is here with us today. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Now is the time for everyone to act. All 50 states should pledge to protect America's foster youth. Let's elevate America's children above politics. I urge every governor and business leader in America to help fund these accounts. Together, we can make sure foster youth enter adulthood with assets, opportunity, and a stronger path to independence. This is a historic moment for our nation. We should aspire to rise a generation of builders, creators, entrepreneurs, and leaders whose futures are shaped by their ambition, not their circumstances. A strong education and financial assets will give them tools for a lifetime. Thank you.
Please join me one more time in thanking the First Lady for those thoughtful remarks. Fostering the Future is the latest expression of her long-standing work on behalf of America's children. And we at Treasury are grateful that Mrs. Trump has given generously of her leadership to the most important benefit for young people since the GI Bill. Through the leadership of First Lady Melania Trump and her Fostering the Future initiative, children and youth in foster care now have a pathway to benefit from Trump accounts. Within the foster care community, these Fostering the Future accounts, powered by Trump accounts, will advance Mrs. Trump's commitment to helping youth in foster care build a stronger future. Of course, Trump accounts are a historic new savings tool to democratize the benefits of private ownership and compound growth. Every American child born between January 2025 and December 2028 is eligible to receive a $1,000 seed contribution from Treasury. Assuming historical growth rates continue, that single deposit in an index fund should grow to at least $500,000 by the age of retirement, demonstrating that assets of life-changing scale can begin with small steps. But as we began to develop Trump accounts, the First Lady emphasized that foster youth face difficulties that few others do. She noted that it is not enough for this program to function seamlessly for some, that the children who stand to benefit most from the Trump accounts must not encounter any barriers in accessing them. So today, because of the First Lady's leadership, we are embedding foster youth into the fabric of this program from the outset. When Trump accounts launch on July 4th, every eligible child in America will be able to participate, including those for whom the state serves as a legal guardian. States can also help foster youth to accelerate their gains by directing survivor and SSI benefits into their Trump accounts. And at every step, Treasury will provide expert guidance to child welfare agencies through a dedicated support line. Now, as we begin to enroll eligible foster youth across the country, I especially want to recognize Governor Jeff Landry for his leadership. Our goal is to work toward full participation from all 50 states, and I encourage every local welfare agency to follow Louisiana's example by looking beyond a child's present circumstances to invest in their potential, by affirming that the child born into adversity possesses equal worth as the child born into abundance. Of course, those convictions have long animated the First Lady's Be Best Fostering the Future campaign. Now I'm delighted to see Mrs. Trump bring that same focus to the more than 300 330,000 young people who live in foster care, 1 in 5 of whom will become homeless after aging out of the system, while only half will obtain gainful employment by the time they turn 24. This will be a game changer. Those outcomes are unsettling, but today we refuse to accept them as inevitable. Trump accounts will build long-term financial security for millions of children, and for foster youth in particular, the program will ensure that their futures are shaped more by the possibilities rather than by the circumstances behind them. Now, there is a fitting historical symmetry in making today's announcement here at the Treasury Building. Of course, before he became America's first and most iconic Treasury Secretary, Alexander Hamilton was an orphan, sustained by little more than a belief that his origins need not define his fate. An indigent boy from the Caribbean could in fact become the man who made modern America. And along the way, Hamilton knew what it was like to come of age without the anchor of a stable home. Yet it was his wife who committed herself to the cause of foster children. Eliza Hamilton married one orphan, raised another, and then established New York's first private orphanage. I believe she did so because of an idea that remains as relevant in our time as it was 2 centuries ago in hers, that we cannot measure a person's value by the conditions of their birth or their upbringing. America was founded on that premise. No other nation dared stake its identity on the distance a citizen could travel from the place where they started. In fact, over the sweep of human civilization, the arc of a life was largely fixed before it even began. In the old world, outcomes were predetermined and mobility foreclosed. But today, we meet a remarkable moment in the life of a nation that has never attached greatness to the ease of beginnings. On the eve of America's 250th anniversary, we are demonstrating to foster youth that one's birth is not binding, and where they begin need bear no resemblance to what they can become. Today, in the place where Hamilton's legacy surrounds us, we are extending the reach of this institution to the young people his wife devoted herself to defending. We are affirming that the American dream belongs to every child, and because of the President and Mrs. Trump, through her Fostering the Future initiative, we are equipping more children to claim their rightful share of it. So thank you all once again for joining us and being part of this historic occasion. I look forward to the launch of the next chapter of Fostering the Future in Trump accounts in the coming weeks, and to the futures that will take shape alongside them in coming years ahead. Thank you very much.
Could there be a bigger contrast than what you just saw? You saw prior was the press conference with Mark Wayne Mullen and Department of Justice Attorney General interim Todd Blanche, talking about trying to find these kids and what's been happening to them, and how Biden and the administration completely looked the other way. And then followed up by Melania and Scott Besson today announcing, imagine how this announcement came about. They came up with the Trump accounts, and somebody, maybe Melania, maybe somebody else said, well, what about foster kids? And they all probably looked around the room, we haven't thought about that. How do we do foster kids? And so now all the kids, basically who can qualify, who are in foster care, now have the Trump accounts available for them as well. You won't even, I don't even know if you heard about this today. The media won't cover this stuff. I don't understand how this can be partisan. It's so good for everybody in the country. It's not costing anybody anything. And these kids have a future. It's taken them to the point where they won't have to be on welfare their entire life, that they'll be able to see how compounding interest works. That doesn't make any sense. They don't want prosperity for this country, and I gotta believe that extends to the media because nobody's talking about it. Nobody. All right, so we've been here over 4 hours, so there won't be a show tonight because I'm going to go spend time with the wife and the doggies and feed myself. And SB is going to have to play some pickleball if he can still get it in this late at night. So let me get to super chats, and so we can call it a day here. All right, this is from G. Fisher. Similar to MMA, he is hitting them till they tap out. Very simple. President Trump is indeed doing that. Lele, thank you. Mark Kahn. So the post office certified the barcode thing that just passed on top of the Save America Act to pass would alter the legal efforts of California or other suspect states. Ashley called me and said that she was looking at some of the questions that people have been putting in the Friday questions thing. We're going to have to come up with a name for it, freedom questions. And she said it was a ton of people talking about California. So we're going to try and see if we can get, obviously, Steve Hilton, hopefully maybe, you know, Spencer Pratt. And then if we can't, we can bring back an old guest that was running against Steve Hilton. Maybe Chad Bianco would come on and just say, what the hell's going on in California? So we can explain it to everybody. Let me continue here. Brian, this July 3rd will be 38 years since the incident in 1988, July 4th. I'm happy, and July 4th means a lot to me. My mother got to find out her only son was safe. I'm grateful for July 4th. Wow. Wow, that's very nice. Very nice. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I love you. Oh, that's so nice. So very nice. Smokey, President Trump should move the Olympics out of LA and to Miami or Dallas, Fort Worth area. I'm not sure if the president has the power to do that, but if he does, that might be something he could probably do. Now, Miami, it's such a late date. I don't know if you could get, and we have a couple stadiums down here. You're going to need a stadium for, you know, all the track and field events. It could be done. It definitely could be done. Buddy Sanders, IRGC can't be expected to honor anything as ask the Iranian people what to expect. I can't wait to see what the rules, what the parameters of this deal say. Gina, thank you. Robert, POTUS may use USPS to force the verification of the voter rolls in all states. Voter ballot not verified against Fed info, then not delivered. I'm wondering why that hasn't happened already, but it could be part of the squeeze on California coming. G. Fisher, I don't give a crap what Biden's job title was. He ruined hundreds of thousands of lives. That indeed. John, it's been a busy news week. Thanks, Barry, mods, and crew. You do it for us. Thanks to all. And I'm glad you included the mods in there. They do a ton of work because, let me just stop here for a second and just me personally just salute them. You know, a lot of people have mods on their shows, and they may do an hour here. They may do, you know, but we do shows. I mean, this one's going to be like 4.5 hours before we're done. People are taking 4.5 hours out of their lives to help make sure that you're in a safe area where people aren't coming in and interrupting. And that is, I think, the value of what they've done is they've made this a very special, safe space. And I don't mean like safe space like the Democrats, but we know we're amongst friends. And if people come in here and violate that space, they bounce them out of here pretty quick. So I obviously we just thank Beth and Roaring Rage and Severo and obviously SV as well. So thank you guys very much for everything that you do. Fakovsky, got here late, but hey, you're here. That's all that counts. Thank you. You gotta let me know when you get your box. Chiosop, why I always say all Democrats aren't. Yeah, it seems like it, if you're covering up for it too, like some of these people. In other parts of the world, this kid stuff is normal. That's why importing the world into our country was a disaster. Yeah, exactly. And there's a certain kind of people that Mandami favors who also find it just normal. Brian Newland, anger has set in, unfriggin' real. Yeah, it was hard to watch. I understand it was very, very hard to watch, but just imagine what those kids have to go through. All right, everybody, have a great evening, and I will see you tomorrow.